be any choice in the matter then, will there? There won't be any choice. Just have to have a stream running, and then you have to start talking to the people on the internet. There we are. Hi. Right, hang on, want to start talking to the people on the internet. There we are. Hi. Right, hang on, want to start talking to the people on the internet. There we are. Hi. Right, hang on, want to start talking to the people on the internet. There we are. Hi. Right. It looks alright. I haven't done another mess about with the sound settings, so it is the same settings as last time. But in the edit, I could see it was slightly out. What are you going to do? What are you going to do when they come for you, bad boys, bad boys? What are you going to do? What are you going to do when they come for you? Well, hi, you're with Scott. This is Battery Exhausted, my chat. It's not that. Hi, you're with Scott. Hey, that's my dog, the Chuffer. Come here, you Chuffer. I'm saying hello to the internet, so he thinks there's somebody coming in the house because I'm saying hi, Scott, which is what I say to people who come. Anyway, look, hi, you're with Scott. This is Ganji Kid, my stream. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear. This is your left ear. They like that. They like a bit of that. They like that. And it's Friday. It's 8 o'clock, which is approximately the same sort of time as I said I was going to be here. Sort of. I've just found a bit of crisp in my hoodie. Like in the bit where you put your hands in your hoodie. You know where you put your hands in your hoodie? Like that, in your hoodie. You know, you put your hands. I just found a little bit of crisp in there. So that's a bonus. The dog can have that. In America, you might call it chips, but that's not chips. It's like shaped. Anyway, look. What we're doing now is 5 dates. It's still there from yesterday. What yesterday? The day before yesterday. Whatever day it was. We've been playing some 5 dates. We've done our first few dates. And we're up to... on the Super Nintendo Switch. Here we are. We're up to resume game. Date set 2. So we've done 3 dates. We've whittled it down to 2 potential more. We're going to do 2 more, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. I think that's it. Is it 5? Anyway, look, we're doing these dates. We're on episode 2. It's more 5 dates. Wahey, wahey, wahey. That's all good in the hood. Let me just check. You can still hear me and everything's working. Wahey, wahey, wahey. That's all good. Okay. And then I'll need to check when I get the Super Nintendo rolling that you can hear that as well, but I'm assuming you will. Everything, I'm assuming sound settings are good and it's, it's not too loud, this, that and the other. Tell me in chat if there's a problem. I'll check it one more time quickly as we're rolling. And then there's something else I wanted to say though. Whoa. Whoa. So last time we were playing this, and what was happening was, just put the controller down there so you know it's going to be a bit of a one. What was happening was, these people were dating Vinny, and Vinny, I was me. I'm the controller, I'm the game player, I'm me. So I felt like it was me, Vinny, me. But actually, it's Vinny, isn't it? It's Vinny, not me. It's a bit weird. Hold on with me. When you play a game, you sort of like, put you into it, don't you? Even if it is like in Grand Theft Auto, I was Nico for a while. Nico Bellic, was it? Who was an immigrant into America. And anyway, look, I was somebody else, played this, but it was me, wasn't it? I was doing it. It was me. When he went to get the haircut, I gave him the haircut I wanted. When he went to choose his shoes, I gave him the shoes I wanted. When Vinny's making his choices, I'm choosing Vinny's choices. It's me. But I'm not... So how am I trying to say this? Like, I didn't watch anyone else's work on 5 dates yet. I wanted it to all be unseen, as it were. So it is all unseen. But I did watch a little Limmy clip, because of course I got this idea from Limmy, didn't I? I stole it off Limmy. So I watched this clip of Limmy doing this, and he said, oh, like, this girl's quite young. But he wasn't talking about compared to Limmy's age, his age. He was talking about Vinny's age, because we're setting up Vinny. So number 7, the wingman on this picture, on the big picture, obscured by the chat window capture, boom, that's gone. Obscured by my face, boom, that's gone. Number 7, the wingman. Callum, the wingman. That's a character in this game. And I kind of wondered, am I supposed to be Vinny's wingman? Am I supposed to be like Vinny's secret wingman? Are we like wingman simulator? And if that's the case, I've got a bit of a gripe. I wondered to myself after playing through the first run of the first, you choose which 3 you want to go on date with. You go on your little video dates. We've done our first run. And then we're going to go on these follow-up dates. So we're into the second run. Just before we do that today, I'm just going to tell you a little bit. Like, I know they've managed to hit a sort of multiculturalism, modern, it's the modern world, isn't it? You're making media, you have, what I'm saying? It's not like just token characters for sake. They actually do have a mixed cast. That's kind of cool. Like, it's not just cool, it's kind of normal now. So I suppose we should stop talking about it. I don't know, maybe we shouldn't. The point I'm trying to make, though, is that it's a game about dating. So whilst you've got a different sort of range of girls, when you actually look at it, they're not that different, are they? They're all in a quite similar age range. They all look not similar, but like, I don't know. They don't seem that like contrasting, is what I'm going to say. Like, on the surface, obviously you get to know them and they have different personalities. I get it, but then I thought to myself, well, hang on, why isn't there a boy in that? Why isn't there a boy in that? Why is Vinny absolutely 100% bang heterosexual? And then I thought, the wingman character here as well. Like, the wingman is like, oh yeah, boy, like, we're going to get you dated and mated, wee. And it's a bit laddie. And I thought, oh, is it a laddie game? Is it like a lads game? Is it like a dating simulator? Like, lads, wee. Vinny's going to get laid, wee. Am I supposed to be helping Vinny to get laid? And if so, my playthrough, the first run that we did, you can watch it, 3 hours long, and I'm going to try and edit some of it. You can watch that. I was just me. I was honest about me and my feelings and how I would approach it, and just honestly me. And this is how I approach dating, is I just want to be honestly me, so that if you get a good impression of that and you like it, good, because that's what you're going to be hanging around with if you're dating me. Big face. It's similar to what we do here online. I'm just honestly me. I haven't thought up some clever script for this. I try and write some notes sometimes for some broadcasts, but for this, what we're doing now, I haven't written any clever script. I'm just me, and this is my feelings, and this is the way I express them. It's me. So I played through the game like that, and then the girl was like, "Oh, I don't think we are compatible because of this and that." And whatever, don't care. It's me. But then I thought to myself, off camera, when I was just thinking and walking the dog, when I was thinking about this concept of the wingman and all that, have I done that wrong? Am I supposed to be answering the questions in the right way to get Vinny laid, regardless of my honest feelings? Is that the correct approach to this 5 dates dating game? God help us if it is. Because I'd be cross about that. I'd be cross. It'd be like a sort of jaded, yesteryear sort of thinking of how to correctly manipulate the girls on the Skype, so they don't use Skype anymore, on the Snapchat, whatever it is, how to manipulate girls on the internet by telling them the right things to eventually get yourself laid. Way, that would be bad. And if that's what we're doing here, and if that's what the game is, and if I play through this thing and then I don't want to date you, sorry, you answered your questions honestly and it's not a match for me, and then I'm like, okay, well, what's the way to win the game? Is the way to win the game to go through it and say, oh, now that I know you're a vegan, I'm going to say I'm a vegan as well. I am a vegan, so I got that one right. But then Saffron asked something else about something else, and I said, no, I don't think that. And she was like, oh, I think that, so we're incompatible. Should I go through it again, and this time tell her what she wants to hear, and eventually get into her trousers? Way, is that the point? If so, I'm going to really lay into this game in a kind of review. When I use the bunny ears, a review. But I'm going to lay into it for that reason. And if on the surface it's just shallow, there isn't anything. I find it hard to talk about this really, even though I am multicultural as a person, and I live in a multicultural world. I feel it hard to grade. I don't want to be cynical and say, oh well, you just put loads of different kinds of people in because it ticks all the boxes and that's political correctness. And I don't think people in the modern world think that way these days. I just think they cast different people and they're just are multicultural because that's the world that we live in. But also I feel like in a kind of non-cynical way, I appreciate that people should think this way, because if you look at your products, your media products, this is a media product, remember, a game, a media product, more this one because it's video and film and choices, more media than some of the games, artwork style, art piece game, media piece game. No, it's still an artwork and we're still within it and we're still interacting. So are we to take on the character of Vinny, his wingman? Are we his god hand wingman, trying to get him laid with a variety of different girls? You might like the blonde one this playthrough, you might like the dark haired one next week. Way, if that's the case, I'm not gonna. And also, like I said, I thought what an oversight to not look at this at the the project and say, okay, we've got this girl, we've got these characteristics. I don't know all about them yet because I haven't dated. I've only done 3 dates, remember, but one of them might turn out to be transsexual, or have I used the right word there? Oh god, I don't want to use the wrong words. Trans. One of them might be trans. I don't know. So that could work out cool. It could be fine. But what I'm trying to say is, like, Vinny has been ascribed, because look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, he hasn't said I'm bi-curious, open-minded, whatever. Vinny is like heterosexual, wants to get with the girls, and I'm playing the game. And I know it's a short, small game. You made it in lockdown. You couldn't. It may be like 5 dates 2. Could be all these different. But remember, the dating world is a bit of a minefield in this circumstance, isn't it? The real world. The reason that you've got people who are not. Who I say that non-binary or anything like that, is because it's just a big broad spectrum and people are fluid and like changing and growing, and so to not express any of that aspect of the dating world in a game specifically about dating and to keep it core blinkered heterosexual is a bit of an oversight, in my opinion. You don't have to, like, if they put 2 boys on there, you don't have to go on dates with the boys if you yourself don't want to. But Vinny might be open-minded and might have selected. It seems a bit of an oversight, doesn't it, in today's day and age, to not make it broad and open, but to keep it narrow and like retro hetero. Retro hetero is the name of a song I wrote. Retro hetero. But do you know what I'm saying? I'm not like, and it's not like, oh, you need to be more politically correct. It's not that. It's that if you're making a piece of media about dating and it's going to, in my opinion, pieces of art, you're responsible for your art in a way, and hopefully you are trying to do something through it. And if this is responsible for making young men think the dating game is about manipulating someone, telling them the right answers until you can wingman your way into their, I was going to say something rude there, into their good books, then, that's maybe not the best message, is it? And if the message was that dating is all about being honestly yourself and often exploring new ideas and finding out about yourself through that, and it can take you to different and interesting places, and there's no right or wrong answers, and that there are a few wrong answers, which is like, red flags, time to not do this anymore, maybe we should not see each other. Of course there's that, but in terms of a broad spectrum of choice and taste, I think whilst on the surface we've got dark hair, blonde, slightly Asian looking girl, do you know what I'm saying? That's a very narrow. Vinny, slightly ambiguous. Obviously the wingman's black, so now we've got like a kind of tick box. Nearly, oh no, I don't want to say that, do I? But do you know what I'm saying? I don't want it to feel like that. I want this to be a good thing. I didn't judge the game before I played it. I played it because Limmy's playing it. I'm going to judge it after and during. But I just thought I'd bring that up before we carry on, because I feel responsible for our content. So, we don't know what's going to happen on these dates, and we don't know what the game is going to speak of as a piece. But hopefully at the end we'll be able to do our own speaking of it as a piece and our own little thing, maybe, if I can get around to doing it and editing it. And of course, for 13-14 minutes now, I've chuffed on at the start of the stream, which is like, if you're watching this on YouTube, you're going to be like skipping these chuffing intros and just going straight to the chuffing content, aren't you? The content. That was content, me chuffing. That is content. It's my brain and my ideas. I didn't just go on chuffing Twitter and read someone else's tweet and just read it out. That's my ideas. That's my thoughts. That's value. So, there's one more thing I want to do before we get started, which is to say, if you want to buy me a coffee, I'm currently drinking tea, so up yours. But no, if you want to contribute to the stream, the page is Ko-Fi Coffee, and there it is, look, and you just chuff in a little donation. You can do it regular, you can chuff in up more than what it says there. Chuff in as much as you want, and the idea is that that really helps me, because I don't have any other sort of income other than this and universal credit. That's it for me. So coffee's better than Twitch because it doesn't take half the money. It gives me most of the money. We've got a Patreon as well, but anyway, look, coffee's there. It'll come up on the screen. It's got a new music thing that's going to play when you donate, and your name is up there on the screen. On Sundays we talk through it and say thank yous to people and you get your special video on a Sunday for thank yous. And I am Ganji Kid on YouTube. You can find us there. All of our content uploaded, the stream archive. We've also got Ganji Cuts, which is like edits of the good bits. Ganji Kid Art Chat, which is like edits of the highbrow thinking talky bits. Like when I was just saying about how this game could be a right chuffer and be sort of patriarchal, that can go in Ganji Kid Art Chat. Mental Health Monday, every Monday, 8 PM GMT, make you feel better about everything. Ganji Clips, they're just little short clips. People seem to like that sort of stuff on YouTube, but they don't like mine. But if I do enough of them, and I mention Limmy enough, eventually you'll be watching Limmy clips, and on the side of it, it will say, have you thought about watching Ganji clips? And then we're in, aren't we? Then we're in. So that's what that is. There's some other channels there for your perusal. And we are playing 5 dates. You might hear the Skyrim music in the background. That's because I've got background music up yours. You can have that. Set up yours twice now. I don't know what's wrong with me and you tonight. I don't know what's wrong with me tonight. I'll tell you what's wrong with me is the old chuffing. I was looking forward to this. I was enjoying it. And then I had this thought when I was walking the dog. Is like, am I being a massive sexist? Am I being a massive sexist? Is this game just predicated on sexism? I don't know. But I'm not. So that's cool. Because I've said it all now. I'm not. I think the way, like I said, and I'll say it again. What's going on back there? Shakima. Milo, you coming in? Oh, there he is. Milo's there. Okay, we're all here. What I wanted to... Yeah, I'm not a sexist. The game... Oh, see, I lost my train of thought there talking to the dog. What a chuffer. Give me a second, it will come back to me. We've got 3 screens. We've got the web browser. If you want to look on the internet for anything, it's there. At the moment, it's just a picture of that, but it could be, oh, my channel. Oh, buy me a coffee. Oh, it's just that. We've got the big face for when I'm doing the talking, for when I'm doing the talking. And then this is the Nintendo Switch. I'm playing 5 dates on the Nintendo Switch. What? You're playing on a Nintendo? You're not a prophet. What are you on about? Yeah, I know. I love my Nintendo Switch. I absolutely love it. I love it. I love Nintendo. Always have. And whilst I'm not going to do this today, live on stream, if I wanted to, I could pick up the Switch and then just go and play it in the garden. When there's a lot of going on, I can go up to the attic. Just hide with my Nintendo Switch. Reminds me of my Game Boy. Anyway, look, so we're playing on that. I wanted to say this thing about sexism. I think I sort of said it. Well, that was what I wanted to say. Okay, big face. I remembered it now. I did sort of go through this yesterday a little bit, and you'll see it in the process. But I think it's really important to say at the start as well that dating, just as, no, I'm not a huge role model out there, I'm not a huge role model, but if anyone were to see this and have a little think about it, dating, it's important to be yourself, to give someone else the space to be themselves, to open the floor so that you can learn things about them by asking them interesting, open questions. Of course, you want to be charming. You want to be nice and kind and polite, but you want to be charming and nice and kind and polite to people anyway. You know, you don't want to be moody and angry and mean in general life. If you're only being polite and opening the door for her and considering her feelings and buying her a little gift because it's something that, or her, I said her every time then because this setup, you see, this patriarchy, them, if you're buying, you know, if you're opening the door for them or buying them a little gift or whatever, buying things is not important. It's not about money. Look, anyway, it's about the thought that counts. Look, what I'm saying is if you're not only doing those things because at the end of it you want to get a shag and you want to get laid, then that's not a good dating setup. Like, you yourself at the end of it are going to go, oh, at the end of all this, I don't know where I got to and I don't really feel it's right and I don't feel fulfilled and it's gone a bit wrong. And it'll be because you were doing all these things for the wrong reasons. You should do those things because you feel to do them in life anyway. Be nice to people, help out, you know, that sort of thing. Be kind and conscientious. And then your character should shine through on a date and people should think, well, this is a good energy person, a nice person I like being with. I like that. And of course, I said before as well, you want a little bit of sauce, don't you? You want a little bit of sauce. So it's okay to be a little bit of a fruity, saucy. You know, it's okay to be a bit of hey, baby, you know, a bit of a... Sometimes I like to think of it like Friends. Like, you know, in Friends... You know, in Friends, they're all friends, so that's a good start point. Being friends with people, and like you need a bit of Joey, but you need a bit of Ross, and you need a bit of Chandler and yourself. You know, they're very one-dimensional characters, but in the real world, we're all a bit of this and a bit of that at some time, aren't we? You know, we can all be a bit Phoebe or a bit Monica or whatever. So you need your Joey bits, but you're not going to be Joey the whole time, are you? So what I'm saying is, it's okay to have a bit of fruit on the date, to be a bit, cheeky, a bit cheeky or whatever, a bit fruity, a bit saucy, because that is honestly part of your personality and character too, in the right place at the right time. But you wouldn't turn up and be like, hey baby, you want to sit on my knee? Ooh yeah baby, and just sauce it up the whole time, would you? So, because when you get home after the date, let's say 6 years goes and you're still together, you're not going to be waking up being like, hey baby, sit on the knee, yeah, fucking, I'm going to be saucy the whole fucking time. Sometimes you're going to want to cook potatoes, or you're going to want to walk the dog, and you can't be saucy. So like, show your natural personality during the date, and be sure that it's you, real you, because then if they like you for that, then you've got that long-term future possibility. Because if they don't, if you're not showing that, you have to hold up this pretense all the time, or pretend to be someone you're not, or when they find out about the real you, they don't like it, and oh no, like, no. Just mainly be yourself. Find out about them, encourage them to be themselves. Hopefully they will. Hopefully they can feel secure and confident in your company to be themselves. And things might go somewhere if they might go somewhere and you're both feeling a bit saucy. And they might not if, like, between you, one of you, whatever, doesn't fit. Fine. That's fine as well. So just, like, be cool and be chill as well. That's the other thing. Like, everything doesn't have to happen fast. And you've got lots of time, and you might be like, oh no, are they calling? Who are they talking? No, am I calling them? Or should I text them? Or should I reply to this and that? No, I just chill the chuff out. I never reply to anyone's call or text straight away anyway, so they'd better get used to that. And then, just chill out. Take it steady. That's good advice. So whatever this game throws up, remember what Scotty Hottie said on the advice. Don't end up doing a Vinny. Depending on what Vinny does, or we make him do, depending on what we make him do. Super Nintendo Switch. I've got the buttons. Let's resume the game. And we are going to select two invitations for a second date. And if you remember, we didn't like Maya because she was all over the place drinking, and there was somebody coming to her door to try and give her some... send her some trees. So we're going to select... We liked Saffron and Grace. They're kind of different. Grace is a bit more like, well, this is me personally, remember, my choices, and this isn't that I know the other girls well, because we were only allowed to pick 3. So out of these 2, Grace is a bit more posh. Quite happy to say that, and there are elements of that kind of grate against my natural. Sort of working middle class, left-leaning sensibilities. But also she seemed quite switched on and intelligent and smart, and like she had her shit together. Saffron, like, I'm pretty sure that some of her ideas I'm going to be like, are you sure you think that? Is that how did you want it? Oh God. Like, I'm sure that there's going to be some of that. But on the other side of the coin, there are some other things that I'm really like, oh wow, I'm really impressed in a different way, like the charity stuff and the like, one's a bit more libertarian, a bit more free, aren't they? A bit more, not libertarian, that's a bit of a political word, a bit more like free, a bit more hippie, hipster, and the other's a bit more buttoned up. And there's good and bad in both. I mean, not bad, but there's good in both. So we're going to go with Grace and Saffron. That's who we're choosing. So Saffron and Grace. Congratulations, Saffron accepted us. Well, of course they did. Scotty Hottie they're talking to here. Of course she did. Scotty Hottie she's talking to here. Your second date with Saffron has been scheduled for this evening. Bloody hell. They move quick, don't they? Second dates are game dates. Saffron has chosen an off-app activity. Tarot reading. You see what I mean? Oh. Right, big face. I'm not going to get the internet out to prove this to you. If you want, we could do a separate episode on it. Tell me in chat or leave it as a comment. But it turns out tarot cards don't hold any intrinsic magical value. They're not going to be able to tell you your future or anything like that. And then they'll be like, oh no, but it's not about that. It's the person reading the cards can do it. They're the ones with the intrinsic magical value that can say, no. There's no limits. No. There's no limits. No limits. Reach for the sky. No value. Look, anyway, it's rubbish. It's rubbish. Honestly, I could get information out for you on the internet and prove it, but we're not going to. Let's just accept that in the modern world, we don't let things like random and like, oh, I can read into this and that, and folk magic. We don't accept that as a sort of. It doesn't matter how spiritual I am or any of that. Like tarot cards are just like and I don't mind doing a tarot reading. I don't mind messing about and talking, because the thing about it is that it's a human psychology. That's how, because with science we can prove that the human psychology aspect makes it magically work, and then like the magic bit is rubbish, and the magic is the human psychology and how you can manipulate the human psychology. Like if you're into someone like Darren Brown, you'd find out a lot more of this sort of information. So anyway, the point being is that it's still interesting to see what she reads into my tarot reading, what she says about the cards, because that's her subconscious driving her, or maybe her conscious decisions to try and influence my subconscious drive. So there's something to be drawn out of that, like something to be discussed, yes. But if I draw like death and she says, oh, we're not compatible, I'm just going to be like, oh my days. No, we're not, because you believe that shit, but what an idiot thing to do. So let's see.
Of course. Right where I expect you to be.
Bro, I've been killing these kill streaks recently, fam.
So, listen, I've got my second date with Saffron tonight.
Nice work. What's the game?
I think...
Can you even hear this?
Tarot reading? I think that's...
Oh, those cards that people use to tell their future.
That's the one. Yeah, I'm kind of just approaching it with an open mind.
It's the best way to be, bro. Have you chatted since the first date?
Open mind. No, it's not the best way to be. Listen, it's important to be open-minded, yes, but as Darren Brown said, you can be so open-minded that your brain falls out. I'm going to have to show you this because it is important at this juncture. I don't know, it just came up, didn't it? It just came up. So let's do it. I'm going to hit YouTube and I'm going to go Darren Brown open-minded. Although maybe some of these are longer than I thought and are not the thing I wanted. Well, that's a shame, isn't it? Because he had a really concise little video that was about being open-minded. You chuffers. I mean, it was quite gruesome. Okay, we're not going to do the Darren Brown thing. That's a different episode as well, really, to be honest. But what he was doing, Darren Brown, was... if you can imagine it, do a big face, you'll have to imagine it. He was operating on someone, and what actually happened is, like, you put pressure on the tummy, and then you pull out these organs or these bad things, and then the people feel like they've been healed or whatever, and the bad things come from up your sleeve, and it's a load of rubbish. And the knock-on effect was that people were so open-minded they thought that was how you heal people, and ended up having really bad, serious problems with themselves because that wasn't the doctor, was it? But they believed it. So being so open-minded can actually be detrimental to your health, that you believe things that aren't healthy, or you believe things that might cure you but they're actually just snake oil. So it's important to be open-minded, but open-minded to the point where you look for things that you can sort of, hold on to as facts, like evidence. Not just like a lot of people say, oh, this happened, so therefore it's evidence. Like, my nan smoked a cigarette and got hit by a bus, therefore smoking a cigarette makes buses hit you. That's not how the world works. Lots of people make correlations that it's hard to, but being so open-minded that you're just open to any idea at all is a bit silly, isn't it, really? Because there's a lot of ideas out there that are totally silly. So I could be open-minded to hear them, but being open-minded to believe them, hey, chuffer, is a bit silly. And you need to be open-minded enough to be able to then say, okay, this seems a bit strange. This is a strange idea. We'll do it another episode. We'll do strange ideas another episode. But this is a strange idea. Like, tarot's for an example. Can I find out anything about tarot? Is there any way to find out, you know, not just out of what someone's telling me because they've got a vested interest in, but me independently? And it turns out, yeah, absolutely. You can go on YouTube and you can search a lot. Don't search for the people who are doing the readings and selling the books and promoting the. Don't search for the people who are real into it, because they're going to tell you what proves it and what you want to hear or whatever. Search for the people who are against the thing that you're investigating. Search for the people who are providing evidence to say maybe not, maybe an alternative. Because that's the thing that you've got to both understand fully how it works and be able to say, no, look, here's a counter argument if you need to, in order to justify the thing that you're going to believe. So they're the important things to look into and listen about. So if someone's going to say, for example, tarot, oh no, like listen to Gypsy Rose Lee. She knows all about tarot. She can tell you and prove it. Like, no, she's going to, isn't she? Because she's like charging people £2.50 for the tarot. But if it's, you know, science man, woman, person, what's wrong with this patriarchy? If it's science person, done a paper, studied it, offered some alternative ideas, tested them, you know, control group, and it turned out that the tarot's right, then okay, fair enough. Because let's be fair, it's been around for a long time. There's been enough people offering to study things, wanting to study things. If it were real and it were to work, we'd have university courses built around it. We'd be studying the chuff out of that. Like, oh gosh, the ginger tablet got caught in my throat then. Ugh. Right, let's get back to the dating, isn't it? Let's get back to the dating. What am I doing, you stupid Nintendo? Let's get back to me dating. Resume game.
You're gonna hate me, but she's actually sent me a vegan recipe over the app, and I'm cooking it right now. Look at this.
Brilliant. I said I was a vegan, right? I am a vegan, but he's just acting there like he's not a vegan. She sent me a vegan recipe over the app. Like, if it was me, I'd just say she sent me a recipe over the app, because a recipe is a recipe. I don't have to qualify it with vegan. All food is vegan. Do you know that? Do you know, I'm just such a chuffer tonight. All food is vegan. Do you know that? When you go in the supermarket and they say, oh, vegan section, like, that's the bit you walk into straight away with all the fruit and vegetables and all that, the vegetables and that's the vegan bit, all of the food. Then there's an aisle with like dead animals. That's not vegan. It's not food. It's dead animals. Shouldn't be eating that. There's another aisle with like cleaning products and mops. They're not food. Don't eat them. You can. You absolutely can. And you can gain nutritional value from eating a mop, drinking a bottle of... You're probably drinking the cleaning fluid, probably not. But you can gain nutritional value from a lot of stuff in life that probably still don't have to be classed as food. Like, you can gain nutritional value from eating your nan after she dies, but you're not going to, because she's not food. Yeah, but if you put her on the barbecue, she'll taste nice. I like bacon. No. It's not food. It's a dead animal. It's a dead... You respect for the dead. Respect, they're not food. Tell you what is food. All of the fruits and all the vegetables, all the nuts, all the mushrooms, all the stuff like that. Doesn't harm it to eat it. It reproduces. Like, a fruit comes off a tree. I don't have to kill the tree to eat the fruit. The tree's all right. And, it reproduces. It's got like this... It's like the earth is providing this stuff. And then you can eat it. And like, lo and behold, if you do that, if you have a combination of fruits, vegetables, beans, pulses, mushrooms, chitin, mushrooms are different, aren't they? Fungi to cellulose, cell walled fruit. Anyway, if you eat this mix of this stuff, that's all the stuff your body needs. It's like magic. It's like tarot magic, except you can break it down in a lab and prove it. And yeah, you can get that stuff from eating some dead animals as well, but you don't need to, because you've got this other stuff. And these days, the other stuff is produced a lot more cheaply, a lot more efficiently. It's better for the environment, all that. So if it's better for you health-wise, if it's better for the environment, it's better for all the... And it's like modern, why wouldn't you do it? It's like driving a really old car, like from the 1920s. Not a good, sleek, sporty one, just like a knackered old car from the 1920s. Oh, this is how we used to do things. This is the best. No, it's not. No, it's not. We're changing that now. We don't want that petrol horrible rubbish. We want the nice electric Tesla. Modern. Do that with your diet. Don't just eat the old rubbish that your grandparents used to eat because there was a war and they didn't have a choice and things were scarce. No, in modern world. Have a go on the modern stuff. Have a look at the modern stuff. Have an investigate. Do a little bit of the science. Work it out. Turns out they're like, oh, don't eat so many sausages these days. Don't eat so much of that bacon. It's going to kill you, they say. I'm like, really, is it? Oh, God, because after the war, you had a vested interest in promoting that industry because you had money in the industry. Oh, you used to promote that. Now you're saying the other. I don't know about you. I'm not going to listen to you anymore. I'm going to find out my own things because there's science it's on the internet. I'm going to find it out. When I find it out, I'm just going to say, oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Seems good. Try it. I might try it. It's not going to kill me, is it? If I don't eat meat burgers for 2 weeks, is that going to kill? It's going, oh, I can't do that. Oh, I like bacon so much. Oh, I'm such a chuffer. Like, what's wrong with you? You wouldn't try something. You wouldn't try it. You wouldn't go on holiday to Italy for a couple of weeks and then eat the local food there for a couple of weeks. You might try, different kind of sports drink. Why wouldn't you try eating different kind of food that's just nice food? What's wrong with that? Just try some nice food. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not having that. Hey. Anyway, lads, I've got the wrong picture and I've got Skyrim on and I've got on a chat about veganism. Lads, way, Nintendo Switch, we're going to get laid, way.
Cauliflower curry.
Oh, Christ.
Shut up.
Actually smells pretty
I've
good.
Heard enough. You know what? Call me later, vegan. Get your cucumber ass out of it.
Alright, cool. I'll chat to you in a bit. I'll let you know how it tastes. Bye.
I'm just checking there's nothing underneath the... sometimes the chat is in the way of the words, but that's okay, isn't it? The words. They're only words. It's only words, and words are all I have. Whoa, I've got a really low kilobytes. Is it still working on stream? Yeah, it's still working on stream. For some reason, I'm running at really low kilobytes. But green. That's really strange. I'm assuming it's all working fine. Yeah, I just wanted to say that... oh, they've gone up again. Kilobytes. Up the Jaffe. Way. I've got kilobytes up the Jaffe now. Supercharged. Right. Is there anything else I need to say before we go into this date? Right, hang on. Deliberately with the backside. What's she saying? This is primal, isn't it? The baboons showing their big swollen buttocks to the potential suitor. She knows the camera's on. It's not it's not an accident. You press the button. Oh, I've just accidentally bent over the thing. Oops, I've dropped this thing down here. Oops. Come on, love. Now, the problem with that is, I like a bit of saucy, don't I? I like a bit of saucy. But I like the saucy, it's on top of the, on top of the meal. Like, the meal being the clicking, the personality bit, the all of it. And then at the end of it, I'm like, I like this person. Oh, I'd like to get saucy with them. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's that, I want to see them and think, oh, hello, saucy. And then, so I suppose there's okay, sort of, but I think it's a bit, the problem is if that's how the level that we're on, if that's the level we're on, here's my bum, way, then, the longevity of the relationship might not be there, but I might be going into this for the wrong reasons. I might be just drinking the bottle of sauce and then being like, okay, that's finished. What's the meal like? Oh, I don't like this meal. Now I've got to eat it all with no sauce. It might end up like that. So it's a weird analogy, but and I also think that I like that bit of sauce, but I'm also a little bit buttoned down myself. I'm a little bit British. I like that sauce, but I don't want that sauce to be shaking around everywhere and shaking around the whole restaurant. People have got bits of sauce in their eye, sauce for within the home cooking, maybe a bit of sauce when you're out, but not rolling that bottle around the restaurant and gobs of sauce everywhere. No. So if you're doing this bum to me, it's the second date. It's the second time we've talked ever, and she's like, "Well, there's my bum." So that all that you need to do to get a wave of the backside is a second conversation. She's going to be waving that sauce around to everyone, and everyone's going to be coming with their burgers like, hey, let's have a bit of sauce on your burger, please, love. And then what's she going to be like? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going out with Scotty Hottie, no sauce for you. Stop waving the sauce around. Throwing all the boys coming. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like,
okay. Knock knock.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, no, yeah, chuff off. You knew. And like for me, if I'd done that and she was there doing that, I would have either immediately cancelled off because whoa, I'm not looking at something I'm not supposed to be looking at like some pervo. Either you know I'm watching you or you don't. I'm not gonna like sit there and knock, or I would immediately say hello, it's me here. It's me here. I'm so shy and buttoned down that I would actually be like, I'm just getting a cup of tea. I've turned it on, but I'm not actually looking. So, give you a chance. Like, even if I had looked, I'd make them think I hadn't because I didn't want them to feel embarrassed and shy. So there we go.
I thought I better be early because of last time.
No, you're all right.
Oh, and thank you for doing a tarot reading, by the way. I was looking at the other games. And I was just like, I think this will be a little bit different.
Yeah, listen, I don't know much about it, but I'm a willing guinea pig.
You are in for a treat, young man.
Okay, should we just do this? I'm quite excited.
Yes. Okay.
Again, like last time with this date with Saffron, I mean, am I supposed to be Vinny? Because I'm not some idiot like sitting down. Okay, tarot reading. Right, never heard anything about this. Let's go. Like you just revealed yourself to your potential. Someone that you want to respect you for a start. You want them to respect you. That's a good grounding for a relationship. Mutual respect, isn't it? At least you should have that respect for each other, like basic. They shouldn't think you're an idiot. Like they're not gonna. You don't want them looking down on you. That's not a good start point in my mind. So saying things like, right, I've never heard anything about this. What is it? It just makes me think, oh, Vinny, like, have you never heard? Are you not? I like to. I've said in the previous broadcast, I like people to impress me. There's no set things they have. There's not like a task list to impress me, but I like them to have done or whatever, and I can say, oh wow, that's impressive. I like that. Interesting. That takes some doing, some whatever. And I also like to feel that I can impress. Like if someone just said to me, oh, tarot, I'd be able to say, oh yeah, I know what that is. I understand the concepts. I know a little bit about how it works and why it works. And maybe I'm not into it for that reason, but at least I'm not. I'd still go along with it and have fun doing the reading if you want, but I'm not some idiot. And I know what's going down here. Yeah. So it'd be nice. Like, I don't know. This is another example. If we were to go into a restaurant and it's a French restaurant, and I could say, okay, don't worry, I'm not well versed in French, but I can read the menu and I can order for us. And yeah, I know what that, Boeuf Bourguignoise is. Yeah, I know what that is. I can explain that. Like, not trying to be impressive, but it might be the opposite. Like, it might be more impressive than saying, oh, I don't know. I haven't got a clue, me. Don't know. Never cared to learn or to be cultured. Cultured, that's the word, isn't it? Like to be learned and cultured. Never cared to go and explore the world. No, I don't know. I just don't know. Like that to me is unattractive to be like, just don't know, don't care. Don't. That's a switch off for me. And there's so many, it's going to sound rude here, but there's so many people. Like if you're on the Tinder and you're doing your swiping and whatever, doesn't matter what they look like. There's so many people who are all really the same person because they all just sort of do the same sort of things, watch the same sort of programs, and that's about it. And like, without that desire and itch for interest, and like sometimes the things I'm into don't have to be things that I would even project into the world as good, positive. I watch a lot of podcasts, watch a lot of different people on podcasts and stuff. I don't have to think they are like shining beacons of exemplary behaviour, but I have to learn about the way they are and their culture and their ideas and things to know why they're not, or what they've got to value, or what is of value, and learning and culture. Like, yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, tarot. Let's give it a go.
So this is my tarot deck.
Oh god.
Nice.
It's not just a tarot deck, it's my tarot deck.
Tarot deck should be like really personal to their owner.
Yeah, really, should they? Because that one looks like it was printed in a factory.
It sort of acts as a vessel of their energy to give like an authentic reading.
So a set of cards that were printed in a factory in China is now going to be a vessel for your energy to give you an authentic reading. They're going to come out randomly because they're cards that were printed in a factory in China. If it was so important that you had to imbibe your energy with them, anything, I could use these bits of paper here for my tarot deck and imbibe them with my energy because they're bits of card from a factory in China. I'm not going to say that on the date, but that's what's going on in my head.
Oh, kind of like an energy sponge.
Yeah, I mean, there are very different types of readings that you can do.
I know. I know.
But for today, I'm just gonna do like a simple general reading that goes into your past, present, and future.
Do you know? Sorry, I thought that they only told the future.
That is a common misconception.
Because they're about psychology, they use the basics of human psychology to tell you about your past. Well, let me tell you about your past. You've had struggles in your past. You've had struggles. Oh, God, I should get the book. I've got the book upstairs, haven't I? The Darren Brown. But we'll do it as an add-on. I'll do it as a little add-on on another stream, probably this weekend as part of your Sunday. I'll tell you all about you. Like, you're the sort of person that likes to go to parties, but you feel a little overwhelmed by talking to everyone. You know, it's not like you're the most extroverted person at the party. So you're the sort of person, like, basically what I can do is I can tell you about you because there are things that apply to everyone. There are things that are sort of universal, but sound quite personal and quite unique. But it's just a matter of psychology. So by using the tarot cards to tell you about your past and your present, to sort of cold read you, then the bit where they tell you about your future and the bit that you want to spend the money for and, you know, believe in or whatever, that valuable bit becomes more truthful. Oh, well, they told me about my past and they told me about my right now, so it must be true.
They actually don't tell you anything at all, really. It's more... Hey! No, they just like bring up stuff in your life that you can sort of delve into and consider.
Yeah, I'm happy with that as a concept. That's okay. So we both agree on that, though, that the tarot cards are just meaningless nothing, and it's about the conversation that we have and what we bring up. That's cool.
Cool, listen, let's just get delving.
Okay. So the first two cards I pick out are going to pertain to your past.
Okay.
Well, wait, shouldn't I be picking them?
Nervous.
You should be.
Oh, she's got her eyes closed.
Okay.
She's got her eyes closed when she's doing it. Hello. Like, what, chuff?
Okay.
Which card are you more drawn to? The Moon or the Page of Pentacles?
Okay, and you're not going to give me any tips, right?
You shut up now. You're supposed to just quickly answer. For me, I was more drawn to the Page of Pentacles until you said the Moon and waved it. You did that first, the Moon, and waved it. That made me more drawn to that. And I like the Moon. Everyone likes the Moon. It's up there in the sky. We're all drawn to the Moon in different ways. We're all drawn to the Moon in different ways. Like, literally, physically. Literally, we're made of water and it physically. Anyway, look. So the Moon is now more appealing. So I looked at the one that I wanted to choose, and then I'm choosing.
You're not going to tell me which one's better, and it's going to tell me I'm more amazing.
That is not how this works.
But also, it's important that that's what she wants as well, isn't it? That's what she waved. And I'm trying to get into her. See, now if I'm his wingman, there's a difference here between your honest answer and the correct answer to trying to please her.
Okay,
The Moon, mate. Page of Pentacles just sounds like a... The Page of Pentacles now. I didn't realise it was the Page of Pentacles. The Page of Pentacles. Does that sound good? Pentacles. Are they commonly used in anything? Oh, death, magic, and the devil. Oh, I'll choose the Moon.
the Moon. I'm going to go with the Moon.
Okay, the Moon. Lunar leaning. Interesting choice.
Interesting.
Right. So do you prefer it upright or reversed?
Hello.
I
love.
prefer it.
Okay, upright, I think. I don't like that way up because it doesn't seem to make sense, does it? Doesn't seem to make sense that way up. The other way up, you could see the thing in the sky and the little animals. This way up, you've got whatever that is at the top, like a lobster. And again, she was like, upright, or da-da, or upright, or da-da. So I'm going to go with upright. I just wanted to show you, though, before we carry on in big face, that I'm wearing my lunar lander. This is my NASA astronaut. Like, this is my NASA hoodie. It's my NASA hoodie. It looks like an astronaut. Apollo, NASA. So, of course, the Moon. It was like it was made in the stars, wasn't it? We were meant to be. So, take that into consideration, you mad. Mad, not Mental Health Monday every Monday 8 PM GMT. Not mad in a bad way. 1-2 Chuffy 1-2. Upright. but you can have it both ways. Way.
Upright. I'm going upright.
Upright?
Yeah, that's my choice.
Okay. So in this form, the moon card represents a mystery in your past.
Yeah.
So like a mystery for me.
Perhaps.
Has anyone that's ever had a past not had anything mysterious, mystery in your past? That's so vague. Isn't it so vague? And it asks you to fill in all of the details. So have you ever had anything mysterious happen to you ever in the past? It might not be you. It might just be the past. It might be your past. It might be the past. There's a lot. Has anything mysterious ever happened in history? Tell me about it.
Or if there was like a truth that always eluded you, or maybe
Wait, now we're opening it even more broad. A truth that eluded you. I'm a bit hungry. My tummy's rumbling. Is that a mystic sign?
secret that you kept from others. The
yeah.
moon card also represents.
I'm not going to tell you my secrets on date number 2 over the internet. Like, if I had, I don't have, like I said, I'm a very open and honest person, so I don't actually have, like, the only ones I would actually have would be things like what I'm getting you for Christmas or whatever. But I'm not going to start like, oh yeah, that one time when I like burned that house down and that person died, you know, like, do you know what I mean? I'm using that as an example because I was watching a podcast where they were talking about something else. I don't think that's me giving you funny hints. I've never burned anyone's house down. I rescued people, remember? I rescue the people.
Presents lofty dreams and a sense of foreboding. Does any of that ring true?
So I had, big hopes that may have been dangerous to pursue?
You tell me.
Oh, God, hang on just a second. I'm just going to disappear my face for a second. Big hopes. I don't know what the correct answer is here, really. Doesn't everyone have big hopes that are a bit dangerous to pursue? Danger of being inbuilt into our system of risk-reward, risk. But I don't think of anything particularly dangerous, like dangerous. But also, like, look at her face, like, you tell me. You tell me. There's a little bit of snide aggression in this. She's smiling, but it feels like I'm being gently interrogated by the Spanish Inquisition. You tell me about your lofty dreams and your dangerous risks. You tell me. But engage or dismiss. I can't. The whole point is to engage and discuss things. So I'm going to say engage, but I don't know what. Like, if I were to be having this conversation with her, my loft. Oh, you tell me. And what would I say then? I'd say, well, yeah, I suppose most of my dreams are quite lofty. I want to have all the things that most people expect to dream about. Nice house, holiday home in the sun somewhere, 6 kids, the money to support all of their interests and drives, that sort of thing. But also, my loftier dreams are that we could affect some sort of social change to end this era of grinding capitalism that, while so productive, seems to have burned itself out in its usefulness, because really the modern era should enable us to share more, make things cheaper. We've done this dirty factories, we've done this means of production, we've done this industrialization. Now we can use the expensive stuff, like the country. We talk about industrialized, and in terms of nations, they say, like, these days it's not third world nations anymore, it's pre-industrial, or like industrializing or whatever economies, or they talk about this. If we the economies that have got through that and got to this successful over the end of green energy and this and that, if we can't put that into place in their economies now, like if we can't go to Africa and I suppose in some ways China and say, look, here's the most modern stuff, get using that, and straight up the ladder, mate. If we can't help the rest of the world to become super modern in those ways, green energy, recycling, like non-conflict, more left-wing sharing, 3D printing, mean the cost of things coming right down, you can all have it for free because we can churn it out, that sort of thing. If we can't try and feed the world and everyone have the benefit of a vaccine, everyone have the benefit of a healthcare system, and if we can't try and make this thing happen for the world and save it from the global warming and this and that and the other, then what's the point? So, like, hopefully we can be part of this effective shift, this momentum shift. It's happening. I'm not Greta Thunberg, but I do have lofty goals, don't I? I do have lofty goals. And alongside that has to run this sort of some form of success within this system to enable me to at least, whilst I might not have the holiday home in Spain, I might still be able to have a couple of the kids and some sort of financial stability. So, some steps on that as well. Even though it's not what I'm really fighting for, big picture wise, is the big picture change. I still have to be part of the small picture, day to day, mundane. It's strange, isn't it? It's strange. Lofty goals. What about the risky ones? Well, I put myself out there. I don't mind doing that. Put myself out there. That's a slight risk, I suppose, in today's day and age. And I risk not being successful by pursuing lofty goals. If I just wanted to become manager of a local restaurant, or that's still quite a big thing. It's still commitment and time over. I'm not dissing the managers of my local restaurants, but there's a lot more of them. There's a lot more local restaurants, and there's a lot more opportunities to stay somewhere and, fulfill those obligations regularly enough till you get promoted than there is easier pathways and other things. I'm just using an example, but maybe if I reduce my goal target from change the world to, just bring in £400 a month, then, and that's kind of what I also do at the same time. My small targets are just bring in £400 a month. So, if I reduce those targets, then I've got a much better chance of succeeding in them. But then what is there in life? Because I've done it and completed it in the first couple of years, and no, I just got to keep doing. Engage.
Something that people don't know about me is that I actually wanted to be a
A
photographer.
pornographer.
There's the dream. What kind?
A war photographer.
War pornographer.
There's the foreboding.
Yeah.
How come it didn't work out?
I guess just lots of people encouraged me against. I chickened out, basically. What am I talking about?
Not a terrible choice. I watched a documentary that inspired me to become who I am today in ways to take up the camera myself and to try and change the world through media. And that documentary is about a guy called Tim Hetherington, who the documentary is called Which Way is the Front Line from Here? And he was a war photographer, and he stayed on in places to help communities. He was a good person. And initially it was all going quite well for him. He was getting these interesting images the world media wanted to see from inside these war zones. He was helping to shine a light on people's struggles, and then it just got a bit dark. And war is dark, isn't it? And people get killed, and so did he. And then his light was extinguished quite unceremoniously, which is a shame, because I think he had a lot more to give. Were he not to do the war photography, then I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you either. So maybe there's something in that. But these days, there's a lot more opportunities for the peoples within the conflicts to shine their own lights through social media and stuff. And maybe you can do something by enabling these people, like giving these people the means of production, the cameras, the internet connectivity, whatever. But just going yourself with the camera and being a stranger, an alien within a certain conflict, that is not just very dangerous, but almost slightly foolhardy, because you don't necessarily know the dangers. And I mean, maybe that's part of the love of the thing, yeah. But I would say, war photographer, okay, very noble these days, very noble, but also slightly, I'd say this, slightly naive, because whilst you can learn about these things by being there and being part of them, you are always you're not the person that grew up there and maybe it's good that you're impartial in that way as well, I suppose. But you stand out like a sore thumb, and you don't really know the lay of the land until you get to know. And it's hard to know because there's a war going on, so it's shifting. So I don't know, maybe I'd feel, if it was my son, my friend, I'd feel more comfortable about them setting up a charity that airdropped cameras and satellite phones into war zones for people to utilise and to share media, setting up a media sharing site dedicated to it so that they all knew where to put it, and we could all see into these war zones through the eyes of the people that were engaged in the struggles, without having to risk our bright young people to a conflict that they had to fly all the way over the world to go and land in, and then got themselves tragically murdered. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
I don't know. I was always drawn to pictures of conflicts,
Oh,
and
right.
well, from the safety of my classroom. They just informed
No, man. Like, don't say to her, I was always drawn to pictures of people being blown up and shot. I was always drawn to pictures of conflicts. I like it when people are sad and I'm interested. I want to have a good look. If you're driving past a crash on the motorway, I'll slow down. I'll give it a good look. Get your phone out. I'm always drawn. Is that someone's leg? Is that someone's leg? Hold me up so I can have a better look. No, that's not a good look. It's not a good look. Certainly not if you're talking to this lovely hippie girl who's like, oh, peace and love, and you're like, I was always drawn into I like the guns.
me of how much injustice there was in the world, just how much cruelty.
Spin it like that. Injustice and cruelty. Yeah, I'm on the side. I like the guns. I don't want the bad guns to be in the hands of the bad people.
Among people, and obviously specifically in war. And yeah, I guess I just wanted to spread that awareness myself and maybe inspire change. Do you know what? I haven't thought about that in so long, so damn, thank you for reminding me.
That's what the cards are for.
Yeah, these cards are deep.
No, wait. Now your turn. Tell me your thing that you're afraid and, is risky and, whatever. Just told you my innermost thought. Now it's your turn.
Very, very deep.
Mm-hmm.
God,
Yeah.
we live in my past traumas.
And it's not the cards that are deep. It's us that's deep. We chose to engage.
So this is my present.
It is indeed.
Oh, I get a present.
Okay.
What should I do? Oh, it's a card.
Okay, the Tower
Or
or
like the
the
devil.
Two of Swords.
It's always the tower,
Cards.
isn't it? Come on.
Cards.
Come on, what are you going to... What you've got there is a tower, right? And she said, again, it's harder because she didn't give too much of indication. But look at her. She's nodding towards the tower. She's giving it a bit of this fruity smile. The tower's got a picture of like a great big phallic tower. All stuff shooting out the top. People falling head over... arse over tit. You've got that. And the Two of Swords is just like... It's like the two of clubs or something on playing... Like, it's like a normal card. It's just like, some pattern that you can't really make out. Colours. Two. Shut off. Who's ever going to choose the Two of Swords? It's the tower. It's the magic tower firing out. It's phallic start. Like, what are all those coloured dots? They're coloured. It's the tower. Everyone chooses the tower.
Let's go with, for sure, tower.
This is one of the most dramatic cards.
Of course.
Don't tell me that.
Okay. So do you like it upright or reversed?
Oh, God.
I like it. I like it.
I've got to turn my head to see. I mean, reversed is actually acceptable this time because the characters are arse over tit. It makes them more clear, and the little windows on the tower itself look like a little face. But like, what kind of chuffer wants his card upside down? Everyone should be choosing upright everywhere of the week, shouldn't they? But she's less sure this time. Before it was like definitely upright. This time she's like, oh, you might want it. She's trying to tip it. She's like, tippy. What is? Because I don't know whether, like I said, I'm going to go with my honest feelings. But this game I might be trying to just tell her what she wants to hear, so I can win the date. Win. God, imagine that. Win the date, and then you get the shag for the prize. That's not the sort of message I wanted to be putting out. So we're going to go with upright.
We'll go upright.
Upright? You sure?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Fruity.
So when the tower stands tall, it symbolizes disruption, change, and awakening.
Can I just say that just in terms of hanging out with someone, like I've been stuck indoors for a long time. No, in terms of hanging out with someone, she seems quite pleasant. I don't agree that tarot cards are real, but she seems quite pleasant. The way she talks, the way she behaves, that would be acceptable in my life. Like, she's not shrieking, she's not yelling, she's not like, do you remember the girl that was doing the drinking yesterday? She's not like drinking, and the girl that was doing the drinking yesterday, she'd say something like, "Oh, the tower's a good card," and you'd say, "Oh, is it? The tower's a good card. Why is the tower a good card?" And she'd go, "No, it's not. Ah, you're stupid. I was joking. The tower's a bad card." And you'll be like, "Oh, okay." that feels like bullying. So she's not going to be messing me about. At least this girl's straightforward. She might believe some strange things, but at least she's not pretending that she doesn't. You know, she's just being honest. So that's fine.
Okay, well, I guess all three of those are very topical right now.
Doesn't mean they're relevant to your life, though.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
So what? I missed the bit. The important information. I didn't realise what the tower was. Drama, she said. Doesn't mean it's relevant to your life right now. Drama. Well, I picked it. Didn't I? What were we going to say? Oh, no, yeah, it just doesn't mean anything. So, move on. No, I fucking picked it. I have to. Otherwise, it's a meaningless exercise.
Okay, I guess disruption and change is plain for everyone to see. But awakening...
Oh, right. Okay. Disruption, change, awakening. This is set in the COVID that we don't seem to have ever really come out of. If you've got, like, you know, some people don't care. If you've got reasons, whatever. Like the set during the COVID, disruption and change. Yeah, massive. Of course, it's massive. Everyone. And awakenings. Like you'd hope. Like I feel. Wind in the Willows when little Molly and Wind in the Willows came out of his little house at the start. Oh, spring is here and he's awakening. You know, you want to hibernate over winter and then new awakenings. Yeah, of course. I think that's cool for anyone to feel that in a nice cyclical pattern in life. So, yeah, I'm glad that we clicked. Okay, we will roll with that.
Awakening. Okay, I've learned to enjoy my own company a bit more.
Oh God.
And
I think I'm quite cool. I like me. So come and hang out with me and enjoy my company because I like it. Should we talk more about me?
I've joined a dating app. So if this is
You chuffer, she knows, she's on it.
an awakening of sorts, then I don't know what is.
amen to that.
And breathe. Cool. I feel like I got it right. Okay.
I don't like that. Is that an implication in the game? Like I said earlier, is it about I feel like I've got it right? Does that mean there is a right and a wrong answer? Does that mean that you need to say the right things to get into the woman's pants? No. That's a bad message. Bad message. But he feels like he got it right. Are we to think we've navigated that treacherous territory of the tarot reading correctly? Is that what we've done? There is no correct. You just say what's natural and honest in your heart, and that's correct every time. And if somebody doesn't like it, that's cool. You know, if somebody has something different to say and they want to talk about it, that's cool. It's not about getting angry about it. Oh, you don't think the same as me. Oh, right, we're angry. Sometimes I get angry about things when debating things or whatever. I'm natural, I'm human. We all do it. But it's not about, you know... I don't know. It's not about that, is it? It's about working together and...
My guess about my future is as good as yours, so I guess this is where the real mysticism starts, right?
And it's about being honest. So if the other person's honest as well, you don't have to be in love and get on with it. Not every date has to be a marriage. So it's about being honest, and that's the best, because you want to be honest with people. You want the people that are with you to be honest with you. So you got to start with that, otherwise you'll never get to it. It's just obvious, isn't it?
Wow, these are just like feelings I get. You know, maybe they'll just focus your attention on an outcome you'll want to like achieve or avoid.
Sure.
Okay.
It makes me nervous when you do that. That was this.
Okay. So, 7 of Cups or the 4 of Wands.
Four of Wands or 7 of Cups.
What do you like the look of?
That's a harder choice. I think she's pushing the cups on us more. She's nodding towards the wands, and she did give the wands a bit of a... I think she might be choosing the wands herself. But her eyes are drawn towards the cups, and the cups are made bigger by pushing forward to us, so the cups might be being offered here. Instinctively me, I feel like the wands are just a little more aggressive, and the cups are a little more... like, I guess, you know, wands, willies, and cups, like... And I think this is a more difficult choice. I'm just going to go with cups because there we go. You know, that's my
7 of
subconscious
cups.
drive.
7 of Cups. Okay.
There's more of them.
And then
Winning.
upright or reversed.
What value is there to having them reversed? I'll just stay upright. Everything else has been upright.
It's gonna be.
It kind of looks like jelly on these, doesn't it?
Okay, we'll keep it upright then.
Save the jelly. Okay, so right, this symbolizes warning, hope, and choices.
Okay, there's a lot of conflicting things going on there.
Yeah, warning, hope, and choices. What do you think of that?
Well, see, now this is where, on a date, I do like to, there's something else I haven't mentioned really, but I like to play with people. Web upper brows, that's not what I want. The big face, that's what I want. And her big face should be right behind me there. Let's turn off the chat. If you're not talking, I'm turning you off. You don't even know we're supposed to be here. It's not regular. All right, fine. Look, Skyrim, that could be disappeared. Where's that? That's the browser. Where's the chuffing browser? Browser, that can go as well. Right, it's just me and her. My big face, her big face. But I do like, on dates, I like to be playful and to play with people. Not in a mean way. Not in a mean way. But like, if she were to be, doing this to the camera, I might myself go, to be a bit funny, to have a bit of fun. Yeah, that's fun. I'd engage with that. I'd be off. My thoughts about the tarot have been, distracted by her. And do you want a kiss, love? Do you fancy a kiss? Where's my Nintendo Switch? So there she is. Yes, we're engaging with this. Of course, it's obvious, isn't it? Warning, hope, whatever. We're doing the dating app. We're going to get warnings about people, like your pottery and that picture that you insist on displaying, which is fairly... It's not graphic because it's just basic, but it still looks a bit rude, doesn't it, that picture? That, or the rudeness. I know, it's just the human body, man. Just be free, just be easy, just be open. Yeah, okay, but if my family are coming round, do we have to have the boobies out on the table? No, do you have to have your boobies out on the table? The yoga mat's all right. The boobies, though. There's some warning signs. There's some hopes, and your hopes kind of make you eradicate the warning. I forget the warning signs. I'm hopeful. I want to get a shag. I'm gonna, fall in love, and this is gonna be the one. So the warning signs get poo-pooed. I don't want to see them. I don't want to see that. So I'm probably not going to spend so much time thinking about it. That's what relationships are like. It's what dating's like. So don't worry about the warning signs. Just go with the thing. Get it where you want. So what she's describing there is what we're doing, isn't it? Dating the future. Yeah, engage with that.
I guess this pandemic.
Oh, I guess this
has been a warning
pandemic.
of our fragility as a species. So
chuff off. Now you're highbrow. It's a warning of the fragility of our species. No, it's not. If you think that, then you're an idiot, because I'll tell you why. Because the warning was SARS, MERS, bird flu, swine flu. They were the warnings. The COVID's an outright, shot across the bow. It's not like a wave of a pirate flag or give them is it across the bow into the bow, or is it just across the? I don't know. It's not a warning shot, COVID. It's the actual real deal. It's this is not a drill. This is not a drill. You idiot.
when it all ends, I think that there'll be a lot of hope because we've all been brought closer together to fight one common enemy. Does that make sense?
No,
And
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. In the war in our country, we had to do something like that. We, had to come together to fight a physical enemy. But in this, it's not an enemy. It's a virus, and you don't fight it. You do your best to help the rest of society by being hygienic, by making sure you're wearing a mask and not doing inane things when you might potentially be carrying a disease that you might not have any symptoms for and could kill somebody else's nan over the road. You just, you do these careful seatbelty sort of things to reduce the risks, that sort of thing. You're not fighting that. You can actually fight it if you catch it. Your immune system will try and fight it. And unless your immune system has been pre-prepared and unless your immune system has been trained to look out for the exactly, oh, like, what's that in my body that's different, that's a strange, harmful pathogen. By the time your body's had time to work that out, the virus has got really going, and it's having you. But if you've had a vaccine, like an inert part of that virus, oh, my body's learned about, well, what's this spike protein you're putting in? Oh, that's not right. We'll get rid of that. Okay, I'm ready now. Next time I see a spike protein like that, I'm on it. I'm trained. I'm ready. I'm like a prize fighter. Done my training camp. I'm ready for the fight. So then when you get the disease, it's bad. My vaccine starts kicking in, and all my training that my body's done kicks in and does the vaccine. Oh yeah, get rid of that. So I'm healthy. Good. That's fighting it. But no, I think you've chosen the wrong words there. And we haven't commonly, as a common group, done that anyway, have we? Like, there's been people with this idea and people with that idea, and then, because of in pharma in America, I think I shouldn't have a vaccine. Did you have your measles, mumps, rubella, whooping cough, diphtheria, and polio when you were a kid? Yeah, I had all them, but they were, they'd been working on them for ages. So this one hadn't been worked on for when was your car made? Had they done 10 years of testing on your car, or did you just get into the latest model and think, fine, it's built on the science of, yes, it's just a step forward, isn't it? It's just a step forward. I don't get my new toaster and be like, this toaster is not how they toasted bread for the last 10 years. It's the most modern one. So that's not going to work. I'm not having that. You want the most modern stuff. It's more likely to not be not break down and not fuck up because it's most modern. So it's been done with the most modern techniques. Another good example of this is in like medicines. Like, for example, you can extract. Oh, I'm doing so much talking, it made my chest feel funny then. You can extract. I should do this in big face, shouldn't I? With a little bit of background music, but I'm just doing it as I'm doing it. Look, you can extract, like, for example, a vitamin out of bananas. Like, bananas have got lots of different goodness in them, potassium. You can extract a vitamin out of bananas. You can do it in the lab with all the science and the clever things they do, and you can get just the vitamin, just modern science techniques, machines. I'm not an expert, but they can do that, just the vitamin. Or you can do it the natural, traditional way of like scraping the skin out of the banana, drying it in the sun, crushing it up, doing whatever, like a process that is what the lab does, but the lab does it with all the modern equipment. When you're doing it in like the woods with your wooden bowl, you still get the extract. It's a bit dirty, it's a bit scuffery, it's not exactly pure, and the purity's not. You can still get the goodness the natural way, but the lab way is better. It gets perfect to that, and that is like a bit of an example about medicine. It's good. The natural herbs are good for you, and they, whatever. And the natural root is good for you. Yeah, absolutely. But then if you take it to the lab and find out what exactly is the actual molecule that's doing it and get me the real deal, that's the way I want to go. I'd like the natural eating the banana. That's good. That's a good system in the first place. Eating the banana, that's a good one. And if you want that extra added lab stuff, yeah, but the old, grinding up by the fire, that might have some arsenic in it because you might have accidentally used something that's like contaminated, or it might have some, like, you might have got the wrong bit of the banana and it might have got some, it's not like, it's only 50% effective or whatever. Like the old ways that taught us how to get to the modern science, that showed us the directions, great. But I don't keep doing it like that. I don't keep pooing in a hole in the garden. I bring I've got the more modern system now. I use the modern system. I don't poo outside in a hole in the garden. I've got a modern system. Super Nintendo Switch, I'm on a date. I wouldn't say that on a date. Wouldn't bring up poo. Never bring up poo on a date. It's not going to make someone think of all the lovely things that... No.
Choices we make will define whether this horrible experience will make society better.
I honestly think it's all about teamwork.
Yeah.
There is one positive, which is the people that refuse the vaccines are like 99% more likely to die. All the people in hospital, like 99% of them haven't had a vaccine. So it's kind of a Darwin, evolutionary, like weeding out of people that have come to bad conclusions. But that's a shame as well, because they might have had good conclusions if they were well educated and if society had helped them overcome like poverty barriers and things like that. So I don't know. And then also it's helped our economy immensely, because all those old people, the people that had underlying health conditions, like that we all will when one day, all those people, that they're all just been wiped out. We don't have to put them on the NHS anymore. We don't have to spend any money on their operations and investigative procedures and heart medicines. Chuff them off. Just They're all dead. So that saved us loads of money. Every person that got killed by the coronavirus saved our social care system in the UK a bunch of money. You work it out how much pension would they have taken, how much bus pass, whatever. Work it all out. That's how much money was saved per death, because we had a social care problem in the UK. We had a government that were elected to try and deal. They weren't just elected for that. Some people elected them because they didn't like foreign people. But in the main, there were lots of different issues, and one of them was deal with the social care. There's a social care problem. We're going to set up like a social care system to help deal with the social care. It's going to be better than it was. Well, one of the things they did was let loads of people die. So that helped solve it. So I don't know if we are all in it together these days.
Everybody coming together. And I know that, again, that's like another cliche that people always say, but I do believe that.
Yeah, I agree. Well, thanks for being so open with me with this stuff. Not everyone
Obviously, I wouldn't have said any of that on the date.
is.
No, it was all pretty insightful, I have to admit.
I learned a lot about you.
And you,
Good
baby.
stuff, I hope.
Oh, exclusively.
Don't fish.
Good.
Don't fish. I'm not here's a good tip. Confidence is attractive. You don't have to seem like something you're not. It's okay to be yourself. So like being a little bit shy and bashful is attractive as well to some people. Confidence is attractive. Okay, fair enough. Accept it or don't, whatever. But being confident enough to just say, thank you very much for your time. I've really enjoyed it. I'd like to speak to you again. I think you're pretty and interesting, and maybe I shouldn't have started with pretty, whatever. But you'd say your thing about how you like them and the compliments to them, and then don't fish. You think I'm good though, don't you? You think I'm good? It's like showing like an insecurity, and not that it's bad to show that with someone that you trust. That's okay to show insecurity to someone you trust, but to like start this footing of like date number 2, isn't it? With like fishing for compliments. I'd much rather not know, or at least be confident that it's gone. If I feel it's gone well, and we've been laughing, 2 to tango. She's probably had a good time too. If she agrees to a third date, whatever, then fine. I'm not gonna have to ask her. Do you rate me out of 10 so that I can, do you think? Are you sure it went well? Did you like it when I made this joke? Do you grade that? No, just let it go, mate. Just let it go. Just be cool. Just be cool. Just be cool.
You articulate your emotions well.
Oh, that's cool. That's good to know.
I actually seem doing this streaming makes me feel like I articulate my emotions well. It's called ranting, you chuffer. Rant. It's not. I'm just having fun. I'm having fun. I'm being curmudgeonly for fun. So I'm not really ranting. I'm not actually angry. Like my heart rate isn't increased or anything. Just being curmudgeonly for fun.
Okay, I'm not allowing this whole date to be about me.
What? It hasn't.
Okay, listen. What we're doing now is we're going to switch roles.
I did say, didn't I? It's your I didn't think it was fair to just be doing it. So, I would have already been on that a lot earlier.
You want to do a reading on me?
Yep.
Yeah, baby.
And we're just going to see what we come up with, and you can laugh at me if you want.
Okay, you don't have a deck?
I've got a dick.
Oh, shit.
No. And also, I could say, I've got a pack of normal playing cards. That'll do, won't it? Because they're just normal playing cards, just printed in a factory in China, just like yours. And also, the other option is you've got a deck, and they're special to you. So you draw the cards, and you tell me what they mean. Same.
Okay, how about you pick a card, and then I'll interpret it for you.
No, I don't interpret
Well,
it.
that is not how this works, but let's see what we get.
Who knows? I might actually be really good at this.
So yeah, sure.
You can't.
Maybe.
You're not. There is a theory behind it. There's like books, and each card means a general thing, and you go off those principles. You can't just be, I might be really good at it. I might just know the the cultural folk history that's gone into these ideas, and I might just be able to filter that into a sort of ad lib knowledge, and it might be that I know that death doesn't mean death, and it's actually about new beginnings and things like that. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we might be really good at this.
Okay, yeah, you shuffle them.
Okay, yeah, you shuffle them a bit. I didn't say it. I said biff. So that's just Biffy. I was going to say, you shuffle them, you Biffy. You shuffle them, you shuffle them. Yeah, get them all shuffled. Yeah, shuffle them faster. Yeah, get them on the floor. Move them around. Spread them on the floor. Yeah, oh yeah, shuffle them. Now gather them back up into one neat deck. Now pick them up. Now throw them out the window, you chuffer.
That breathing thing that you do that.
Oh no.
She's having a panic attack. Stop messing about. She's having a panic attack.
Saffron? Saffron, are you okay?
Oh my god.
This is a little bit of a red flag on a date. Now, big face, I have had many a panic attack myself, and I've been around many a person who's had a panic attack, and I don't mind a panic attack going off. You know, I can deal with that. I can handle it. I can handle it in myself. I can handle it in other people. I don't like it when it's happening to myself. I do think, oh my god, I'm going to die. But then, you know, I also think, hang on, you know, let's hold this shit together, because I'm the captain of this ship. So I'd be able to kind of do. I would have been on that a little bit earlier. I'd have been on that. Okay, just calm, just breathe, deep breath. You know, and maybe that wouldn't have worked because I'm just somebody that she doesn't know over the internet, and maybe I'm making it worse. But what I would say is, if that's the level of your panic attack out of nowhere, because it is what's happening here. She said she had an anxiety problem. Like, I'm hoping that you're going to, you know, already be aware of, like, this is not that level at that speed. Maybe she's already sought the help. Maybe she's already got the help. I don't know. But that does require some professional investigation. Not paranormal investigation, but professional. You know, you should talk to a doctor about that. That's not normal panic attack, just feel a bit off and, oh, I've put myself back round with a little bit of mindfulness and meditation. No, that's like a serious, well off one. And we're about to go through it with her. So I know I was saying, like, red flag to a date. Oh, that's really harsh, red flag to a date. What? People with mental health problems can't go on dates and whatever. No, absolutely not. But this is, like, happening live on camera. It's not a situation where we are in a panic situation where, like, it's quite a red flag to be saying, okay, I'm going to start a romantic relationship with someone who is in a very disordered and is going through something very difficult in the process of going through it. Maybe they need, like, you can be there for them. You can, like, aim for a longer term romantic relationship maybe, but maybe trying to shag them is definitely off the cards, because they're not, like, I tell you what the word is, vulnerable. They're vulnerable. So shagging is definitely, like, all that fruity, all the saucy that I was saying before, you know, all that, a bit of fruit, do you want it upside down? I'll put you upside down. That's out the window now. Let's not do any of that, because you're definitely vulnerable. And so we need to get you fixed up from this perspective so that you're in a good position to make good choices in your life. And if that involves me, and then, like, we're romantic, then okay. But I'm not going to be looking for that for the next, like, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 2 months, 6 months. See how it goes. Do you know what I'm saying? I can't know when this process will be fixed. It might never be fixed for you. Maybe we address it and we become romantic and you do have more panic attacks, and that's, you know, but at least I'm not, like, saying, right, you're vulnerable right now, let's get shagging. No, it's absolutely a red flag in terms of dates. It's not a red flag in terms of staying around someone, helping them, being friendly with them, like, you know, supportive, pursuing a relationship, not a sex banging way, get you drunk relationship, but a relationship. Yeah, absolutely, you can do that. But in terms of 5 dates, I don't know, you know, I could still fall in love with someone who has a panic attack like that on a second date. Absolutely. But like I said, it sets a different framework for our relationship from here on out. That is, I'm not already inside her personal trust circle. I'm not already her lover. So to pursue a sexual-based relationship, tapping the microphone, sorry, in my opinion, would be selfish and maybe detrimental to her mental health while she's vulnerable. So if I were to want to be in love with her and I want her to love me, or, you know, I just want it to be love of a relationship, then I need to make sure that, you know, like, in 5 years' time, she doesn't look back and go, oh, you used me then when I was That's not the feeling I want as we decide to walk up the aisle together, is it? I want to make sure that we're on the most stable, honest and open, and so for all those reasons, that's my feelings now. But my initial on the ground feelings are, how are we going to help you through this? Because I'm assuming you've done this before, right? I'm assuming, because she said I've got anxiety before, so I'm assuming you've done this before. Can you please do the things that help you to get through it, and tell me what I need to do to help you get through it? And if it's new and it's this level new, then I'm calling probably calling the ambulance for you, because it's not normal levels of anxiety behaviour. And the other thing that I would worry about is we were doing tarot. Now, some people believe in this mysticism and this sort of Ouija boards, for example. Ouija boards were created by Waddington's, the company that created Monopoly. Did they create Monopoly? I don't know, but they created Ouija boards as a parlour game. They have no mystic quality. It's like saying the Scrabble board has a mystic link to the afterlife. It doesn't. It's a Scrabble board. They print them in a factory. So same with Ouija boards. But for some people, for some reason, people attach so much this spiritual significance to it that it can cause mental breakdown and hallucination, and people they can unlock adverse mental health systems in their mind and their thinking by pursuing this thinking and by believing in certain aspects. It seems, okay? It seems, he says, with no facts to back it up, but this can happen, look. And so if that's what's happened, I'd like to get to the bottom of that. I'd like to know, excuse me, while you're panicking, could you tell me what's going on in your mind? Because if you're thinking a ghost has come out of these cards, that's quite serious. I need to take that seriously. I need to treat it like you believe it and take it seriously. And if not, if it's just a different panic thing, I need to know your thinking most of all. That's what I'm interested in finding out, which is going to be difficult because you're having a panic attack. So if you could just calm down. Yeah, that's easy. I'll just calm down then. I'm glad you said that, because I didn't think to do that whilst I was having a panic attack. Just calm down. Oh, good. I'll get that button out of my bag and press it, and then I can just calm down.
I'm not okay. I'm so hot. I'm so hot.
Speak to her.
Saffron?
Talk her through it.
Saffron, is there any...
Saffron, I'm just going to ask you to just try and concentrate on me for a minute. Just look at me. Are you okay? You're obviously not okay. I know you're not okay. We're just going to breathe together. We're just going to breathe. And she's going to carry on doing her hysterics, but I'm not going to stop talking and trying to bring her into the calm. I'm not going to do it loud and shouty. I'm going to talk monotone-ish, like calm. Saffron, if you just... I'm here. We can breathe. Maybe we should count to 10 together. We're just going to try and bring you back into the room. I've got my hand out if you want to try and hold it. Saffron, I know that you... And she's going to be doing a thing. But my sort of... in this chaos, I need to be a calm island. I need to try and bring her into the calm zone. So first of all, I need to be a calm zone. I can't be in a screamy, shouty mess myself.
Is it... Saffron.
Calm. I'm going to stay. You don't go away. You stay. Talk to her. Get her talking.
Okay, Saffron, listen to me, right? You're fine. You're fine. I promise you.
No.
That's a bit of a... Telling someone... Again, you just calm down. You're fine. Well, they're obviously not, are they? Because they're having this issue in their mind. Something's going on. A different example, because I don't know what her problem is right now, but I will tell you about different examples as well. If you're paranoid, for example, if someone's paranoid, let's say somebody believes that an alien. I'm just going to use a random example. An alien is going to come down and attack them. So they're paranoid about this. They're worried, and of course, it's not real. Most of us would accept on a day-to-day basis that we're not worried about aliens coming down through the roof and attacking us. And if someone in the room were to be doing this level of crying and worry and saying it, then you'd say, well, their ideas are a little bit incongruent with our perceptions of the world. It's not right. So you don't say, well, that's silly. You're fine. You're obviously not. You believe this. So you say, okay, Like, I'm going to sort of believe it too. I'm going to put myself in the place of someone who thinks these things, because that's the place that we need to come out of. So we need to find a way out of that. And it's not just being told you're fine, because I don't feel fine. My body's not telling me I'm fine. I'm hot and I'm anxious, and so telling, yeah, it's about asking people questions, I suppose, and getting them to describe things until we can bring them into our more like certain. If they were saying there's aliens, like, you know, it's going to take a little bit longer than just like a 10-minute conversation to get through that sort of thing. But I'm just trying to use an abstract as, you know, to say something that we don't agree with or understand. You're fine. There's no aliens. There's no ghosts. Don't take some time, calm down. We'll turn the lights on, and, you know, make it a bit more normal. Whatever. If we've been watching a horror movie or the aliens, we'll turn the lights on. Tell me about these aliens. I don't know. I'm trying not to laugh. It was a bad example. It was a bad example. But what I'm trying to say is people's delusions fuel their anxieties. You have to treat the delusions like they're real to help the people through the anxieties, because simply saying they're not is not. Like, first of all, they're going to say, well, chuff you. You don't even understand what I'm going through. So it's not even an answer. You're fine is not helping someone to feel fine. It's a statement of how you perceive it, and they're not perceiving it in the same way. So it's actually kind of rude, isn't it?
No. Listen to me. I promise you right now, you're not going to die, okay? I'm not going to go anywhere.
Okay, she's saying I'm going to die. Okay, I'm going to die. So this is where I'd say we're going to take our pulse, and it will probably be going quite fast, won't it? I just want you to take your pulse. Treat it seriously. You're worried about your health, your death. Your heart is beating. Can you count that out to me so I can hear the rate? 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't even feel it. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe do this with your hand while you're doing it. 3, 4. You know, now what I'm trying to do is distract her from the feeling that she's going to die and ground her in some sort of reality, which is her own physical not being dead. You know, I've got a plan for that.
I'm going to stay right here on the other side of this call, okay? So take a minute and it's fine, all right? I'm right here.
I need to go and make a cup of tea. I've run out of tea. I need to go and make a tea, but I'm going to have to stay here.
That's it, just breathe.
Oh yeah, now you got it. Breathe. Come on. And I wouldn't lean in like that as well.
Take as
Stop
long as you
leaning
need,
in.
okay? I'm right here.
Where's this music come from?
I'm so sorry, Vinny.
No, that's all
I'm
right.
so embarrassed.
I can understand.
Honestly, don't be, all right? We've all got shit to deal with, and
Now you're making it about you again.
support is what's most important. So I'm just glad I could be here for you.
I'm just glad I could be here for you. We've got shit to deal with, what, you and me. I just make it about her. Keep it about her. I'm sorry, you don't need to feel embarrassed. I just said it myself. I understand. I go through this sort of thing, but I don't want to make it about me. So you don't need to feel embarrassed. It was a uncontrollable thing, and it doesn't make me feel. It doesn't make me. Oh, no, see, I'm tripping over my own feet there. It's not something you should worry about. It's difficult, isn't it? It is difficult. It is difficult to say these right things, to think you think the right things, but they come out as like, oh, me. Let's turn it back on me. I think like this, and I see this, and I've had a panic attack too, and I feel like this, and I don't mind that you feel like that, and I me. But really, it's about making it about them. You just need to take some time. You have these panic attacks a lot.
Thank you for staying. You're beyond kind. I understand if this is all too much for you.
Please don't even think about it.
On a
okay?
second day as well.
Well, it's not a real date. We're just talking on the internet.
Listen, why don't you just go, chill out, get some rest?
Yeah, sorry.
Use one of your women tampons or something. Have a hot chocolate. Use one of your women tampons and sort out your you're chuffing whatever's wrong with you. Go and have a. He was like, I'm going to be here. I'm going to stay here. And then he's like, why don't you go? Now I know the game has to move on, but in reality, I don't mind just leaving this chuffer on. Like, you know, we've got a Skype call going, whatever. I looked over there at my webcam then because that's where the Skype calls go through. But if you, you know, I don't mind just leaving that on. I'm going to actually go and get a cup of tea. I'm not going anywhere. I'll take the phone into the other room. Like, in reality now, I'm going to actually go somewhere and get the cup of tea. But I'd say to Saffron, stay on the line. You know, do your meditation. Have a little shower, whatever it is that you do when you need to, you know, chill out after a panic attack. But I'm not going to be prying on you. I'm not going to be peeping on you. I'm just going to be here at any point if you need to talk. Like, just stay on the line. So I know you can't do that in the game, can you? Because it wouldn't work, would it? Because then I'd just be like, you know, it'd just be the one date forever, and nothing would happen. She'd just go off in the background and like have a shower. Not like you'd be watching her in the shower. It'd just be what, you know. It'd just be like a, you know, her flat, and like she'd be off in a different room.
I'm just gonna go to bed.
It's fine.
You're a gem. Good night.
Good night, Saffron, and take care of yourself. Yeah.
She looks like she's gonna have a bit of a cry now.
Fuck, man. How did he even know how to deal with a panic attack?
You didn't.
I didn't. I guess I did what I.
What's this? What's this? Sexy boy bedtime. Hey, I just thought I'd call you FaceTime. Well, I've just got my sexy bedtime on the go. What's this? I thought there was no, you know, I thought there was no underlying. I thought it was all just totally, you know, I thought it was all patriarchal. Thought this was turning into a bit of a wingman simulator. No, maybe you could end up dating Callum. Maybe there's a way, if you answer the right questions on the right dates, that you end up dating Callum.
Scenario, which is not be left alone.
Hey, you are a top man for that, man. Well
He's
done.
telling him.
Seriously.
He's telling him that the main thing is don't leave them alone, and then he's not there. He's on the phone to Callum.
I just hope she's okay, man.
I wouldn't know because I'm not there.
I hear that, man.
But what a difficult thing to have to struggle with, you know?
Look, obviously, this is something you have to consider whether you can handle or not.
No, we all have our struggles. We all have our struggles. So it's not a thing you have to consider if you can handle or not. You're already in the process of handling it. If you want to continue being a friend to somebody, that's something you have to consider based on their actions in terms of their loyalty, their honourable. Like, if they chuff you over, if they lie to you, if they deceive you, or, you know, go behind your back on something, or don't have your, if your friends don't, of course they're going to have their best interests at heart, aren't they, mainly? But if they don't have your interests at heart, if they don't care about, and quite often I do actually think that I would put other people's, like, you know, interests above my, I don't know how to put it, if they, you know what I mean about friends, don't you? If they're not doing that, if they're something other than that, if they're maybe deceptive, or, you know, lying to you, or in it for themselves, or using you, or whatever, then they're not your friends, not at all, are they? So it depends how, if you can be honest and, you know, supportive, and then you can be this person in this person's life as a friend. I've forgotten even my point now. I've even forgotten my point.
Of course. I have to be all in. It wouldn't be fair to either of us otherwise.
Oh, is that something you can handle? Yeah. Well, that's just like, okay, what I wanted to point out was, if you're not going to be a chuffer, then you handle anything in life with your friends, because life can throw, it doesn't have to be a panic attack, it could be a broken leg, it doesn't have to be a broken leg, it could be a divorce, it doesn't have to be a divorce, it can be a win on the lottery that ruined their lives, or it could be lost all your money, and, like, you know, life throws all this stuff at you. You know, you just handle it together as humans, because you're humans, you're friends, you're humans. Like, there's no are you sure you can handle that? If you're the sort of person that's like, well, like I said, it was a red flag in terms of dating, because you're not going to be like pursuing a sexual relationship on date 3 with this person if you're in your right mind. Like, if you're a good person, maybe I should say. I'm quite happy to qualify it with real ethics there. Yeah, chuff it, good. But like, are you sure you can handle that? Like, if you're thinking, well, I can't be bothered with somebody who has problems. I can't be bothered with that. I can't handle it, because maybe there's only one other aspect of this that I would be sympathetic to, is I've got so much of my own problems that I can't handle that. Like, if someone did that around me, it would set me off as well, and then we'd both be having a panic attack, and then I'd be running out of the house with a knife because I was scared of the aliens. Like, you know, if it was that sort of thing, if it was like a trigger for you, okay, I can see why you can't handle this. You know, I'm sympathetic. But if it's just like, you know, I'd rather watch the football. What's this going on? Would you shut up? Like, that's you might as well not have a relationship, because people are going to have problems. You know, they're going to have a bad day at work. They're going to come home. They're going to be upset. Would you shut up and make my dinner because I want to watch the football? It's never going to be appropriate. It's always important to think about and care about. And when things just come up, you don't, you know, we're going to the zoo and we're going to drive down to London and have a nice day, and like, you don't know when you're going to be in the middle of the park having a row. Like, you don't know when you might have, like, the tyre might pop on the car and you have to stop and pull over. And do you remember that day we did this instead of that because life took hold. So if you're not prepared for that, you don't think you can handle it, don't bother. Sit it out. Like, you know, stay at home and don't date. But don't be like that. I was being mean then. Don't be like that. Get in the game, date, and enjoy these imperfections. But if you do come across somebody who has such a big and current and unresolved issue as to make them vulnerable, it's a red flag for dates. It's not a red flag for mates.
So how was the date going before that?
I have to say that it was going great.
Hey.
She's into some really different stuff, but Callum, I love it. And I think that I'll really broaden my horizons with her.
Wow. I never thought that I would hear those words coming out your mouth, bruv. That's big.
Neither did I, but I had a lot to learn from her, and hopefully she had something to learn from me. But
so she's into some really weird ideas, and because you're a bit of a dum-dum, you're like, well, I could learn a lot from her. Like, she's not the person to be learning from, is she? She's not. Where's my big face? Where's my big face? Why is she the person? Why is she? Right, number one, she has panic attacks. She hasn't got her life together. Like she's not mentally stable. Like, I have panic attacks. Why should you learn from me? I don't flip out like. Hang on, wait. I might have got the wrong. I shouldn't have attacked the panic attacks there, should I? What I'm trying to say is, like, does she seem like the sort of person you should learn from? Like, I suppose it is difficult when you don't know yourself who to admire and who to be impressed by. It's there's a novelty aspect, isn't it? I didn't know about. He's saying I don't know about tarot. I've never heard about it. I didn't know. So now it's interesting. It's new. It's novel. It's interesting. She could teach me something. Is she the right person to learn the right things about tarot card reading from? No, but he doesn't have the information, does he? He doesn't know that. He's just like, I could learn. I could. Maybe a better way to put it is, I could see something different. I could see a different perspective on the world. See through some other ideas. Yeah, because to me those ideas are transparent, like BS. Like, but to him maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know what she's gonna learn from you, but yeah. Man, that's good, man.
I think you could actually learn a lot from me, and you know.
Oh, is it? All right, man. Hey, I'm hitting the sack, man. You got some things to do tomorrow.
Hitting the sack means going to bed, but I don't think we say it that often in England. It doesn't mean kicking yourself in the balls or anything.
And I hope that goes well for you.
Yeah, I back myself.
So what do you need me for?
Everything else.
Exposition.
Everything else in my life.
Yes.
I need.
That's right. That's right.
Nah, as always, I appreciate you, man.
Love, man. Take care, man.
Yeah, I shall.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Okay, your second date with Grace has been scheduled for this evening. So I'm a bit of a player. I don't like this. I told you last episode, I don't like doing that. If I was dating one person, I wouldn't then go on this second. I'd say to Grace, sorry, but I've been talking to so-and-so earlier, and it looks like I'm going to see her again on Wednesday, so I'm just not going to do this date with you, Grace. Sorry to let you down like that, but it's only fair, isn't it? You know, it's only fair. I wouldn't just persist with Grace and like line them both up and then make the choice later on down the line. I wouldn't like that energy. And so we're going to be playing Never Have I Ever. Oh, there goes my battery. So this is a really good time to do the back in 5 minutes. Let's go to the old web browser. Buy me a coffee, look. You chuffers. And my message here, I can write it in, is back in 5 mins. Can use it like that, can't I? Buy me a coffee. I'm going to get my own coffee and come right back and we'll do the next date. You little doggy. Doggy's getting a drinky. There's the catty. Okay, I'm back in the room and I've got to fix the battery, which is not even a difficult one. That's just an easy one. That's just an easy one. It'll do it itself. There we are, back in the room. And let's just go big face so that I can focus. I'm wearing white, which isn't the best, is it? What should we use for focusing on? This London bit of paper from Budget Skip Around Our Way. And let's just focus on that. Get it nice and in focus. Nice and in focus. Which way? I think that'll be alright. Yeah, it seems alright, doesn't it? Okay. Now we've got cats meowing. They're going to have to shut the chuff up because they've both got food. And there's nothing going for chuffing, wowing cats. Cup of tea number 2. About ready to go on date number 2. I did realise while I was out that if I got a little kettle, put it in over here, I wouldn't have to leave, would I? I could get a little toilet and put it in the corner as well. I wouldn't have to leave, would I? Get a little bed and would never have to leave. No, it's okay to leave the room sometimes. But I am a streamer and I'm supposed to be broadcasting, so I mainly should be here. Mainly, shouldn't I? But it's okay to leave the room sometimes. It's what the top husband goal goes out of the room. Everyone just sits there and talks and chat while he's out of the room. Talking about that. I've got a chat. If you want to talk in chat, that's fine. It's fine. You don't have to. Should we go on our second date? And I'll try and be a more less curmudgeonly truffer. Although we did do something. I'll tell you what. We did some important stuff on that date. We learned a lot about panic attacks. It was cool. I think there was some depth to that. I liked it. Thought it was good. I think she overacted the panic attack a little bit, and I think maybe it is difficult to act a panic attack. And maybe I'm being mean. Sorry, chuffing cat. Maybe I'm being mean about that. Actually, I'll just put the cat out. Hang on. Easiest thing, isn't it? Shkima? Where are you now? Trying to go out? Yep. There we are. Cat's gone out. Makes life easier listening to it. We are in. So, did throw me off my fucking line of thinking though, didn't it? Yeah, we learned about panic attacks. I think she overacted it a little bit, but then it's difficult to act about. Some people might have panic attacks that are like that, so then, okay, it's not overacting, fine. But if you are suffering, the one thing we didn't do in that conversation is call a doctor. Okay, you don't have to call the ambulance, we got through it, but do you see the doctor? Do we talk about the doctor? Can we talk about that? Because that sort of level of panic attack is not like, you don't have to suffer with that day-to-day normal. Shouldn't be a level of normal. That's something we can address, needs proper treatment, professional. It's not one of the things that tarot cards or crystal energies is going to fix. It's something we need to actually address with medical professionals. And it doesn't mean giving you special drugs that are going to knock you out. It doesn't mean this, it doesn't mean that. It means talking together to find the right approach for you, backed by medical science that actually works, because it's important, And it might be cognitive behavioural therapy, something simple as that, or it might be that certain different SRSSIs, different medications. Some of them help you just get a good night's sleep. Some of you help be less stressed. Some of them actually help your mental health. A nice cup of tea. But whatever the doctor orders. Should we have a chat with Grace and I'll try and be a bit more cheerful? Because remember, we are on a date.
Whoa! You're up. And having lunch already, yeah?
Behave. This is
We don't even go on a date without talking to Callum before and after, do we? We have to talk to Callum before and after. I'm starting to think we're going to end up with Callum, I'm starting to think we might end up with Callum.
breakfast. What's good?
I got a second date with Grace this evening.
Ah, you got your A game ready?
Yeah, listen, trust me, I need it with a woman like that.
Never have I ever. That is a drinking game, yeah? Make sure you got the booze ready. Not that you'd have much to drink to, on the count of you never having done anything ever.
Very funny, ha ha ha.
So, I don't know what the yes and no is. I've done a lot of stuff. I don't drink. So I'm not going to be doing a boozy drinking game. But if it's that, I've heard we played it once at university. It's like, you say, I've never done this. And if you haven't done it, you drink. And if you have, you sit down or something like that. Basically, it turned out I'd done all the stuff. Thing up the wall. Everyone's like going through, oh, this is the thing that I did that's like the worst thing. I did that, yeah. Did that on Tuesday. Oh, I've never woken up in a place where I didn't know where I was. Yeah, of course I have. All the time, mate. I've never tried this naughty thing. Of course I have, mate. Got a bag of that in my room. I've never, like that. The only things that I've never done, which of course didn't get brought up, are like illegal bad things. Like I've never crashed my car into someone's legs and crippled them. Like, of course I haven't done that, but nor than anyone else. So they're not going to raise it and say it as a thing and we drink, are they? So, but all the normal social things that I've never, yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. So it's not much of a game for me either. It's like I've done it all, so just assume I've done it and let's just carry on. You can drink as much as you want now.
But you know what? I'm not drinking, man. I'm gonna go sober tonight.
Yeah, I always.
Ah, Jesus. And you call me the bedwetter.
Whoa,
Hey,
hold on.
hey,
You
I don't care if you want to drink. That's on you. I've been through my own journey. Don't diss me on the drink. My mates, if I were to tell my mates that I'm choosing not to drink, they would be my mates and say, good choice, I'll back you up on that. You know, call me at 11 when you're feeling like teetering on the edge and you fancy just a double JD and Coke, and I'll talk about how you don't want one. I'll talk you down, you know. I'm your mate. I'm here for you. I hear you in your right mind, so making a good choice. I'll support that. I won't tease you about it and mess you about it because we're drinking. Drinking causes depression. Drinking costs money and it makes you do stupid things that you wake up the next day and think, oh, did I do that? Did I say that? Drinking makes you aggressive. Drinking makes other people aggressive. Drinking. It is, you know, whatever. But let's not be mean to people who choose not to. Well, that's not on. The cat wants to come in now. In now, cat. In. He's my wingman, remember? He's my wingman, so he should be wingmanning me on that.
that nickname yourself from Budapest, mate.
Listen, nobody talks about that. Ever.
Oh, okay, so we're happy to stick it on me as soon as it's turned around to you. You don't like it.
Hey, man, some things just don't get talked about, yeah?
Hey, man.
Wow. Oh, we're mimicking now. Very mature
You
video.
don't talk about you. Pants halfway down your trousers.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't remember. I don't know what you're talking about.
You do. Pants halfway
Oh,
down
just
your
get the
trousers.
hell, get the hell.
I'm telling you, they're getting together. They're getting together.
Dribbling on the side of your mouth.
Get off, man.
When you're ready, enter your video date with Grace. Best of luck. Best of luck, you commoner. Grace is only on here as a bit of a, you know, a bit of a see how the other half live. Bit of an experiment. She might date a working man, likes a bit of rough. But you know, she's got Tarquin and Troy. They're you know, Tarquin, whose cousin she, you know, knows from school, and Troy, whose father has the estate out on, you know, obviously Tarquin and Troy are on her phone, aren't they? But she's having a bit of fun on the old. No, I'm being mean. She seems all right. She's just from a well-heeled background, and she wears a nice blazer, and she went to a nice school, and that's okay. You know, that's okay. It's surprising to me that the person, because we just dated Saffron, and Saffron was the one that was all about charity. Like, she had charity in a thing, she did charity work. So it surprises me that someone who makes it to that end, you know, nice school, nice blazer, nice pearls, they don't find it in their life to be more charitable. They've got more option to be charitable. Haven't they? They've got more option. I suppose you do, don't you? Do your day of human rights lawyering once a month at the free human rights law centre, don't you? I suppose you do. I'm being mean again. Let's go. Oh, hello. Immediately, like, what's going on with these dates, man? Like, am I missing something in my life that when I do a Skype, I've got a phone like this, yeah, and it doesn't hold. There's the dogs on the phone. Look, there's the dogs. It doesn't stand up on its own. So I put it. There's a cupboard, and I put it like the cupboard is like it's got handles on the cupboard, and I put this in the handles of the cupboard like that, and it just sort of holds it, sort of thing. It holds it on a wonk. So when you see me, I'm on a wonk. But that's all right. You know, it makes me look a bit jazzy. It's a bit of a Dutch angle. It makes me look a bit, you know, way. But it's easier because it's holding it for me, and then I can make a tea, have a chat. I don't put the light, like today on the internet. I'll show you. There, you see? Now I look scary and weird. Now you don't want to date me. I look like I look like an animatronic Terminator. But now, I look cozy in yellow, warm. So that's lighting. I wouldn't bother lighting my Skype calls. I'd just be like, all right, how's it going? Having a chat with my date. And I mean, I don't think I'd be taking them up to the bedroom. Don't think I'd be doing that. Do you want to see inside my boudoir? I wouldn't be doing that. No. In the kitchen, mate, on a wonk, while I'm having a cup of tea, having a chat. If you want to get saucy, it's fun and it's fruity and all that, but, this is a public telecom system. Public telecom system. It's not a boudoir. There's websites for boudoir chat, aren't there? There's websites for that. You can have a little look on the cameras at people in their boudoirs. But I'm not set up for that. I mean, I could do it in the streaming room. It would look quite cool in the streaming room, wouldn't it? But they'd be like, "Why are you talking to me from like a street? What kind of room is that?" I'll be like, "Oh, I've got this crap set up in one of these rooms in my house. Come round and you won't get to sit in it unless you've got an interesting story for the podcast. It's just, it's just my streaming room. Why are we talking about this? Let's talk about you and your boudoir."
Oi, oi.
But she's having it, isn't she? She's like, basically what she's saying is, date number 2, up in the bedroom. Chuffing, eh?
There you are.
Hey, good to see you again. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
But strangely, she's wearing an all-over body black number, like not showing any... I thought it would be up in the bedroom, a little bit of sauce, but there's no sauce, is there? It's like a strange combination. It's like even more British, buttoned down, repressed sexuality in the location, the bedroom, the pink cushioned.
I apologise for the change of scenery. My flatmate's having a video date in the living room, so.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So
she's immediately written that off as well. She's immediately said to you, "Look, hang on. You think you're in here because date number 2 is the bedroom. Do not get any funny ideas. It's the equivalent of smacking your hand away as you put it round her shoulder. Try and casually pop your hand round her shoulder for the first time. You just get off. We're not doing that. Tell me about your business."
downgraded, yeah?
Unfortunately, yes, but it was her first date, so I felt like she had priority. I look after my girls like that.
I didn't know you had a housemate.
I was going to say, last time she seemed to be in this Georgian house, and she didn't indicate she had a housemate, and she indicated she was doing quite well financially. Or did she indicate that? Or she said she was a lawyer, and I was like, "Oh, Ali McBeal, lawyer, oh, you financial." Maybe she's not. I still get a sense of I'm not really sure I'm getting, the full, what do they call it? There's a phrase for it. I'm not sure she's telling me the full truth.
Yeah,
anyway.
she's a really nice girl, but she's a little reserved, and my outspoken personality can be a little much for her at times.
Yeah,
What that tells you is, they've been having difficulties, and if this was your girlfriend, you're going to have difficulties with people, and you're going to not have, I'm not going to have a difficulty with a housemate. Me and a housemate are going to get on fine, and then she's going to do her thing, and her housemate's going to go, "Wow, she's being a bit full on, isn't she?" And I'm going to go, "Yeah, you know what? She is." But to my girlfriend, to this lady, to Grace, I'm going to have to say, "Oh, yeah, she's being a bit reserved. You are a little bit outspoken, but it's not a problem. You're okay." I'm going to have to be like the mediator between the two. I don't want to have that. Just oh God.
I understand. I don't think everyone has what it takes to handle you, so.
Yeah, I can be a little bit much when I'm stressed and moaning about work, but hey, I chose this life, so I can't complain.
Mm-hmm.
And you did complain, and you're telling me that you're going to complain. But that's fine. I like to complain about things too. We can have a good complaint together. As long as we can laugh about it afterwards and not be complaining the whole time.
What about you? How's work been?
It's a tough one.
I told you she'd ask about work, didn't she? I told you she'd ask about work. You don't need to know about my work, love. My work is going to be keeping you happy. That's all you need to worry about. My work is going to be keeping you happy. You keep on going to your Ali McBeal partner-in-law. You keep on going to that. You keep on getting out of bed in the morning, getting yourself down the law office. I'll keep on making your sandwiches, little messages written in your sandwiches, nice salad, nice bit. I'll keep on chefing you up some nice food in the kitchen, prepping your lunch. I'll keep on ironing your Ali McBeal. You'd show me what Ali McBeal's skirt needs ironing and how to iron it. I'll iron it. I'll make sure that you're prepped and ready. I'll be the support engine. You be the breadwinner. Fine, I'll stay home. And then when I'm at home, a few hours in the day, I'll do my little work. You don't need to know about it. I'll talk to people on the internet. It's fun. We might have a few people come around to talk to me a few times. It's fine. And then if we have kids, I'll look after them. You can Ally McBeal it. You can Ally McBeal it. That's all you need to know. My job is keeping you happy.
Because I'd say that it's a really weird time to be a creative right now. My output's
No.
just
Oh. I mean, during the COVID, I would be able to say to somebody it's very similar. Yeah, I was working on a film, didn't manage to sell it. COVID hit. I got to a point in the film that I was already stuttery and struggling with. I've got it on the hard drive if you want to watch it, but I couldn't. And then now we had a COVID, I couldn't even work during that. Oh, it's just such a nightmare. Came to a great, but I ended up being a carer, so that's a different part of my story. But telling someone like who's driven and goal oriented that I'm a creative, so I basically haven't done much. Like you had the opportunity while you were not doing anything else, you're not allowed even to go out to really get into something. I haven't been bothered to do nothing really. It's just not a good sound to the person who's driven. And remember, you're trying to woo this, but you're not just necessarily having to say the right things, but you don't want to actually put them off, do you?
down, and yeah, I'm just struggling for inspiration as a whole.
Can't you just push through it, work through it?
Not really. I mean,
Now we're having an argument about creativity. I suppose this is because I chose creative earlier. I bet if I chose financial, then he'd be into her. He'd be like saying, "Oh, my work's been great. I've been on the stock market while I've been bored, and I've made myself £3,000. I used it to buy a Cartier champagne flute."
if it's not there, then it's just not there.
Fair enough. Should we
Bad
get
answer.
started on Never Have I Ever?
Let's do this. I'm very excited.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, forfeits. Should we just down our drinks whenever we have to?
Oh God.
Yep.
No. Wait. Okay, I'm not drinking, so I don't know what downing it is. What eventually I'm gonna need to go to the toilet. That's my forfeit. Well, it's not really a forfeit because I go to the toilet quite often. It's a standard human procedure. But for forfeits, we should do something different, shouldn't we? We should up the ante a little bit. We could get a little bit saucy, couldn't we? I could take my hat off, put it back on, take it off and put it back on, or I don't know. We could tally up the marks, and at the end, the one who's won or lost the most forfeits has to cook the other's dinner for the next date or something. Could make something out of it. You just get drunk. I'm going to smash my drinks. Well, you're going to get drunk anyway, aren't you? So might as well just get drunk now and just forget it. I'll be talking to the other lady who had the panic attack. You get drunk.
All right. Let's do this. I'll pick one for you first.
Okay, go read it out.
Okay. Never have I ever experimented with my sexual orientation.
Bloody hell.
Oh, why beat around the bush? So, come on.
These things don't play around.
I'm not sure the rules.
We
Hang on.
need the juicy gossip.
No, don't drink. Yes. Yes, drink. Never have I ever experimented. Never have I ever. Yes, I have never means I have never. Whereas no means I have. Or I've got that wrong. Does yes mean I have experimented? Because, yeah, of course. How else do you find out about things? So I'm going to just say yes, but if it goes wrong and it's the wrong answer, it means no, then I'm just confused by the semantics.
Thumbs up.
Wow. Okay. Full of surprises, you.
I don't know why he's
Please
drinking the whole-
elaborate.
I don't know why I drank the whole drink. That was a bit
Okay, there you
excessive,
go.
a bit weird. I'm going to drink my whole drink. And I'm assuming from her face and this whole wow thing that it means, yeah, I'm open-minded and, I had this or that happen. So do I have to elaborate on stream? Because I'm sure that we're not allowed to talk about certain things on stream. But I'm just considering my brain now whether I should elaborate on random past sexual experimentations, like I kissed a boy and I liked it, sort of thing. I think it's the sort of conversation that I would have with her, or with somebody I was dating over a private interface, but probably not on the internet unless specifically asked within context. So, and this isn't the context.
Well, without getting into too much detail,
But I'll let him
it's not
elaborate.
really necessary, but
I'm going to let him elaborate because I would.
I've tried stuff. Because how do you know what you're really into otherwise?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, that's not even
So would
elaborating,
you say
is
your
it?
sexuality?
That's not even elaborating. That's still being quite guarded and close. Like,
Is fluid then?
Possibly. I can definitely say that right now I'm more into women, but who knows what the future holds.
Okay, well, thanks for being so honest there.
That's cool.
I feel like I've learned a lot about you very quickly.
she might be a trap. Listen, at the end of the day, right? ContraPoints. I don't care. You can do all of your working. I'm going to do my big face. Where's my big face? You can do all of your experimentation, all your working out. You can be as hetero as you want to be. You can play for the American football team and get right in there. That's probably not the most hetero thing to be. What's the most hetero thing? Wrestling, beating up, grabbing hold of them with half of you, within your pants. That's not it, is it? It's not the most hetero thing, is it? Wrestling around with men. Fighting like UFC fighting, where you get them and you get them on the floor, and then you get them on the floor, and you're not wearing many clothes, and nor are they, and you're all sweaty, and that's not the most hetero thing. What's the most hetero thing? Going out with a woman. Listen, you can be the most into women as you want. You can read the most copies of FHM. You can be the editor of Playboy, right, if you want. But you can't tell me that ContraPoints, the things she says and the way she appears, like her aesthetic, the way she looks. You're not supposed to judge people on the way they look. Well, that's why I said appears. I tried to use a different word. But, the way people look, if you're into that, you're into that. Don't tell me you're not. Don't tell me you're not. She's attractive. Web browser, if you want to buy a coffee for me, there, you can buy a coffee for me. Buy a coffee for Ganji Kid. Buy me a coffee. Why wouldn't you? You drink enough of them yourself, you chuffer. Super Nintendo Switch. You can do that even if you're watching this on YouTube. It will still, still help. Okay, so, and I didn't tell you what the target was for that, but we'll talk about it another time. Let's resume the game. The target is I need to eat, but there's a bigger target beyond that, which is I need to produce a bigger media product. Look, let's resume the game and let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I feel like I've said a lot, just in that alone.
I'm just getting some wine, Vinny.
Okay,
From a massive bottle of expensive, posh, but massive bottle of wine.
let's see what we have here.
I'm nervous. What do you pick? Something nice.
Tables have turned a bit. Okay,
A nice one. I'm a lady. Please.
I'm going to assume that she has had a one-night stand because, we're grown-ups. I'm going to assume that she has punched someone because, even not in full venom, but at least, been a bit cross. Maybe that's a bad choice, punch someone. Done drugs is a question that I'd quite like to... you can't tell just by looking at someone, can you? And if she's going to be honest, then I'd like to know. It wouldn't really affect... either way, I'm still not going to be like, oh, you did, so I'm not going to see you. Or, oh, you didn't, so I'm not going to see you. I wouldn't mind either way, but it would give me a better perspective on certain aspects of her personality. But punch someone would be interesting because violence is not something I'm into. And if someone's going to be like, oh yeah, I punch some people all the time. After my work as a lawyer, I like to go down the bars and punch repeatedly many a person. Then I'm going to be like, oops, big red flag. Big red flag. Had a one night stand. Oh, I'm having them all the time. Yeah, absolutely had a one night stand. Who doesn't? Which day of the week is it? Depends which bar I'm going to and which person I'm taking home. Again, big red flag, but I can't expect her to say that. I imagine, like most people should say, well, I have had some, ships that pass in the night, but it's not something that I, sort of make a regular occurrence of. So I'm going to say done drugs, and we'll see what she says.
okay, this one's always interesting. Never have I ever done drugs.
No, not my style.
Never tried.
No, alcohol is enough of a vice for me, to be honest.
Well, it is a drug. It's okay to say, yeah, it's not drugs, but then to say, well, no, alcohol is. It annoys me because let's be fair. I smoke cigarettes off camera because I think it's a bad look. Don't want to, be a bad role model. It's bad. But people who say, no, I'm not into drugs, never would even touch them. I just like alcohol. It annoys me they've got that incongruence that they're not able to say, yeah, I actually quite like alcohol. That's my main drug. I don't use the others, but I'm into alcohol. They don't say that. They say, no, drugs bad. I wouldn't dirty drugs. I like this drug and this drug. Well, I said, they're two different things, mate. Pick one.
And I smoked a little bit at uni, but yeah, that's about as far as it went.
Just smoke cigarettes or?
Yeah, a few ciggies here and there, but that is about as wild as it's been for me.
Okay, nice.
That's not a question. My next question is, does it matter about me? Are you going to look down on me if I've done X, Y, Z? Or are you going to mind if I smell of X, Y, Z?
Okay, it's my turn again. Let me choose you a good question.
Okay, tell the computer to be nice, yeah?
No. Never have I ever fancied a friend's partner.
Stupid question. If you've had enough friends, eventually you're going to fancy one of their partners. If it's just purely they look a bit sauce. Their bottle of sauce is shaped quite nicely. That's just, and then you think, that's my friend's partner, so that's as far as it goes. I commend them. I say, your partner is shaped nicely and quite saucy. Well done, my friend, on hooking yourself such a fine fish. That's quite patronising and patriarchal. Well done. Congratulations on snagging. Charming your way into someone's pants. Where you got the shagger? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, good for you. You must be happy because I see what you are happy about. I appreciate the beauty. Well done. In appreciating beauty and I see in the thing you see, it's beautiful. Enjoy it. Have a nice life. Enjoy it. I'm happy for you. And that's what I'm trying to say. I'm happy for you. I don't go, they're a saucy bottle. All right, friend. Right, friend, why don't you have a nice drinky friend? While I just go off with your little sauce bottle. That's not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, good for you, friend. Happiness in you. I see the joy in you. Aren't you two a great couple? Why don't you two go and stand over there by that tree and I'll take a picture of you? Oh, you look at you two, you make a great couple. That's what I'm saying.
I have to think about that, actually.
Yeah, think very carefully, I would, before, yeah.
Okay.
Oh gosh, this is just not good.
Well, I'm just going to say what I just said, yes, but, it's not a problem.
I'm just going to drink.
I'm not going to just drink my whole glass of water. Jesus, look at him. What a chuffer.
Vinny, that is not on.
The way he drinks the whole glass
your
of water
friends are
as
supposed
well. The way he drinks the whole glass of water. You just don't have to because it's not alcohol. But he's like, I really fancy my friend's missus. I'm going to drink. Pour me another glass. She's a feisty little one. Pour me a third.
Be able to trust you?
I mean, what's the harm in having a little crush? It's not like I act.
My friends can absolutely. My friends can trust me. I'm not. If I was fruity having a crush, like I said, that would be a problem. I don't know how we deal with that. I think probably the way we deal with it is just I just be around them, and then that feeling would fade because novelty, the sauce. But after you've known someone for 10 years and there's other bottles of sauce and you've got your own bottle of sauce, maybe you don't have to. Maybe it was just she's new way. I guess I don't know. I don't have to fix that problem, but it's not a huge it's not like I'm being around their house. Like I said, hey, can I come round and hey, can I sit next to you? It's not going to be like that. So I'm just happy for people that they're happy.
It's emotional betrayal. Whenever I meet my friends' boyfriends, they're immediately condemned to the friend zone. No questions asked.
Yeah.
It's just the way.
Yeah, absolutely they are. Doesn't mean I can't find them attractive because that's instinctive. I can't turn that off. If someone looks attractive to me, I can't be right, I'm going to adjust that in my mind. From now on, I don't like people with nice smiles and, do you know what I mean? I can't... what a strange thing to demand of me.
It is.
But listen, attraction isn't a choice.
Yeah.
So...
No, in my view, it is actually. And I'd expect something similar from the person I was seeing. Hypothetically, if my friend fancied you or you fancied my friend, I'd be so upset.
That's okay. This is date number 2. So don't worry, because I'm not going to talk to you again. So you and your friend can go and do whatever. And if I fancy them, don't worry, because I won't be your boyfriend. If that's how you feel about life and that's the way you feel, then I'd rather not have a girlfriend and the thought police wrapped up into one. So we'll be all right. We'll just not see each other again. Do you want to carry on drinking, or can I go now?
Okay.
Which means I'm left with Grace. Not Grace, the other one, Saffron. God, it'd be better. Do you see how bad that is? Because you're dating two of them, you've got two names on the go in your head and they're both new and it's difficult. I would have said to Saffron, who I'm now committed to, because out of this process, she's the only one left. But I would have said to Saffron, oh, Grace, and then she'd have gone, who's Grace? And I said, oh, she's the other girl off the dating app. And she just said, what other girl? And then it's over and I've lost everything.
Okay, fine. When you put it like that, hypothetically, yes, you're not wrong.
Oh, don't capitulate.
Yeah, exactly. You'd both be out of my life there and then.
Fine, then I don't fancy anyone ever then. I don't...
No. This is a terrible way to go. That's a terrible way to go. Not only are you deliberately confrontational, you're raising your hands in a sort of confrontational manner. Fine. This is an argument that it hasn't turned into a proper argument because you're on date number 2, but in 10 years' time will be a fat blazing row. Fine. No, you don't capitulate and feel the opposite inside. That's not being honest with yourself or her. Now what you're doing is telling her what she wants to hear. And why are you doing that? Maybe because you want to shag her. I don't know. It's a terrible way to go. That's a terrible way to go. Don't tell her what she wants to hear because you think it's... No. And don't capitulate. Don't try and pretend to yourself you think something differently because it's better to... Because her thoughts and feelings are now yours. Absolutely not.
Okay, thanks. Apart from me. Perfect. Good. Okay.
Okay, my turn. All right. Let's see what I've got for you. Okay, I'm going to go for...
Right, I don't care anymore because we found out that we're not compatible. But we're going to have to keep going. Send nudes is just it's like me saying, will you send me a picture of your fanny? No. If you want to actually, and if you didn't dislike the thing she just said and you thought it was great, then asking her for nudes is definitely not the way to go. Met someone famous is interesting because it will show her levels of, if she's super posh, she might say, oh yeah, at Wimbledon I was, she might enter a stratosphere of fame that you were hitherto unaware of. She might mention some theatre actor you'd never heard of because she's so highbrow, or she might say, yeah, when I was at Reading Festival I bumped into Dave Grohl, and you might be like, oh wow, I didn't realise that about you. Lied about my age. Who hasn't? Did you not ever have to go into a club or buy cigarettes? No, you didn't have to buy cigarettes because that would be bad.
Never have I ever met someone famous.
Okay.
Oh, you have.
Everyone has.
Do you know what? I've never met anyone famous. I guess I'm just...
He doesn't mind, does he? He doesn't mind. Just this lady is cultured, she's educated, she's powerful in herself and confident in herself, and you're just there oh, I'd never even... Basically, I like FIFA and I don't go out much. You're not even trying to impress her. You're deliberately saying things that she's going to find unimpressive. You could say, I don't really... Even if you haven't met anyone that's famous, you could say, well, we're all just humans, aren't we? So it's difficult to impress me in terms of fame. So if I did bump into Ed Sheeran, I probably wouldn't even know who he was unless he was wearing stupid glasses. You could say something like that.
You're hanging around in the wrong circles.
You're not missing out on much, honestly. I dated a few.
There we go.
People, I guess you could say.
Really?
I told you. I knew it. I knew there'd be this other echelon. I dated a few now. It's not like I met a few. It's like I dated a few because I hang around at Chelsea Football Club and I used to go out with Ronaldo or something.
Mm-hmm. They aren't all that big egos and they hate being put in their place, which, as you know, I'm not afraid to do.
No, I can tell.
It's my choice. I'm going to say move on. I don't want to know who specifically. It doesn't matter because we're not going to be dating. But if I were to say who, then we're talking about a specific person in her life now, and we're talking. It doesn't matter if it's famous, and I'm like, let's say it's someone I think is brilliant. Oh, I think they're brilliant. Well, actually, they're my ex, and I don't like them. Well, now we've got this argument because I think they're brilliant, and you don't like them. Or if I don't like them, whatever. But also, this is her personal life now. This is her specific ex. On date number 2, do I want to ask my potential partner to detail specific exes and their problems? No, just move on. We don't need to go into it. She hasn't volunteered it, so we don't need to go into it. Move on, mate.
So I think it's your go next.
Okay, never have I ever said I love you and not meant it.
Oh.
Wow, what are you gonna say?
The thing is, sorry for me chomping away on chocolate. On dark chocolate. Vegan chocolate. Look, I don't think that I say I love you and not mean it. I definitely don't think. I can't remember. It's not like I've been through a sham of a relationship and I had to keep saying it and not mean it. You know, I've always meant what I say. I think anyway. There was like now I'm thinking like that. I can think of a couple of people that I've been out with. I suppose like the magic had not was not there or had not been there or whatever, and I was just sort of dating. Sorry for touching the mic. I was just sort of dating because it's dating, isn't it? And you see where it goes, and if it's not going there, then you sort of don't do it anymore. And I might have said nice things where I was like, I'm really thinking this. It's appropriate to say the nice things. Maybe this isn't going anywhere. I don't know. I'll just say the nice things now, and maybe this is a bad sign, sort of thing. But not like pretended to love someone who I didn't. But I think we all say I love you in terms of, I love this football match. Not as a bad example. I do love my football club, but I love this chocolate. Oh, that's lovely chocolate. I love that. Oh, I love my tea. I have a cup of tea every day. I love my tea. But if tea were to be taken away, it wouldn't like break my heart in the same way as I love my dog or, I love my mom. So I think we say I love you about a lot of stuff that we don't really love, but we use the word and it's used for us. Like, oh, you love our burgers, you love us, you love our trainers, you love fashion, you love Instagram. It's used for us to try and, sell stuff to us. But love is quite a special thing and it's not. No, but then, I'm saying it's special. So I don't say I love you and not mean it.
I've never done that, honestly. Never.
Okay, that's
right,
good.
Chopper. Come to Daddy.
They're the 3 most important words in the human language, right?
They're pretty hefty.
Aren't they?
I just want to let it
Big
pause.
pause here.
Yeah, big pause here. I'm wondering if I answered... Hello, buddy. I'm wondering if I answered quicker, would that be better points, winning the date, so to speak? Because she seems impatient when I have the answers and then don't say it quick enough. But I also think that it's important to think carefully about matters of love. So, there's a reason to have a big pause, isn't there? So you can't do me for that. Do I agree they're the 3 most important words? Let me out are probably quite important depending on your situation. It's all context, isn't it? It's all context. If you were stuck in a box, like if they were burying you and they were throwing the mud on you and you're in the let me out, it's probably a much more important. Or stop the bus. Depending on like if you stop the bus. If that's your stop and you need to get off. You're about to go past it. Stop the bus. It's going to work much better for you than I love you. If you're at the bus driver. Ding! I love you. Like the bus driver might stop. I love you. Ding! Stop the bus. Please. I'm not allowed to say please because we only had 3 words, but please stop bus. Bus stop, please. Stop. Ding! I love you. It's not the most important. Words are important in different ways for different reasons based on context. There is no one word is the most, unless you're religious and you want to say, the name of God is important. I can understand that, you could say culturally, certain words have risen to import over others. Like probably me and my. You know, there are certain words that we use more often, that we can add more weight to in ways. But all cultural context, I think. So yeah, so no, I don't think I'm going to disagree. They're not the most important words. It's all context. But that makes me sound like a dickhead, doesn't it? Like if you're on a date and someone says, "Oh, I love you is the most important thing in the world," and you're like, "Yeah, I agree." Like that's okay. But if you're like, "No, it's all context." Like, if you want, I can get the dictionary out and we can look at all the different words and see where some of them have been meaningful over the decades and where some of them have been meaningful for different reasons and decide for ourselves on what is more important at the time. Like, that's not going to go so well.
Nah, not really. They're just
They're
words.
just words. And what? What's she going to say? What? You dissed what I was saying. They're just words. What's more important? Anyone can say I love you. It's the fact that I show you I love you that matters. It's the fact that I show you. It's the fact that I'm here every Monday at 8 p.m. GMT. 8 p.m. GMT, Mental Health Monday every day. It's the fact that I show you. It's the fact that I show you that matters. It's what you do that counts. It's not what you say. It's not what you pretend you're in. You know, oh, I was going to do this, or I thought it was in my mind to do that, or you know, the way I saw it, my intentions were like, no. It's what you do that counts. Your actions speak louder than your words, don't they? So anyone could say I love you, but what you do that counts.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. I don't think words should be taken too seriously because people.
Why are you speaking them then?
All the time.
Well, that's very cynical.
Not really. I just value actions more than I do words.
That's a good way to put it. But if you're on a date and someone says something and you say, not really, like, don't just diss their opinion off. Even if you don't agree with it, don't just diss it off. Not really. You're wrong. Shut up. She's a lawyer, for Christ's sake. She's a smart person. If she's got something to say and it's not what you think, it might be worth thinking through. Because rather than, no, that's not what I think, no. It might be an interesting thing because she's a smart person. So don't just diss it off. Pay attention. Listen.
I don't think I agree with you there. I think there are a lot of people that mean what they say.
Okay, but do you not like it when someone shows you that they love you by taking you out maybe, or...
Yes, but I also need to hear it like 5 times a day.
Okay.
Duh.
Should we call it a day?
Yeah, it didn't really take off, did it? I think I'm more boring than I thought.
It's not that.
No, you're not.
It's not that you're boring. It's that your character flaw is that you're a cunt. It's not that you're boring. What was the thing that fucked it for us? I've forgotten now. Oh yeah, it was when she told me that it was the thought police thing, wasn't it? Where she told me I wasn't allowed to feel attracted to other people for any reason. That I should be able to override instinctive, emotive responses in place of logical, regimented behaviours. Yeah, that was where we fell apart.
Possibly. I'm definitely too sober anyway.
Yeah, completely sober over here. So, how did the birthday party go the other day?
What?
Oh, it was really good. Thanks for remembering and asking.
Just proving that I'm a sensitive kind of guy that cares about these sort of things. Look what you just lost out on with your thought police.
Yeah, it was so nice to see everyone. I forgot.
I don't really care. I was only asking to prove how good I am. Don't tell me. I need to go. I've got Saffron, is that her name? Saffron to go and speak to. I was going to say spank to.
So much. I miss the girls.
And big question, did the birthday girl appreciate it?
Yeah, she cried. Bless her. It set us all off. I just think there was a lot of alcohol involved and, you know, we were all feeling very emotional. But yeah, it was fun.
Oh, listen, I'm glad to hear it.
So, I've got a question.
Go ahead.
What do you think of this whole digital dating thing? See, for me, I just think it's easier and I way prefer it.
I do think there's a lot to be said for being able to gain an insight into somebody's personality and even their, you know, their surroundings and their outlook. Like, you can gain a lot just from seeing someone's room, can't you? Even without them in it. But there's a lot to be said for it. I do think you get an imperfect sense because when you meet someone in the real, in the flesh, there are nuances to that are different. You get an edited version on a call, don't you? You get a presented face. You get a one side to the camera, whatever. You get a certain impression that's not reality. So it's not in place of. It's not good enough to say in place of. But in terms of back in the day, you'd call someone. I remember when I fancied someone, so I had to get their phone number off them. And once I got their phone number off them, I could call them up on the phone, and then I could speak to them, provided that when someone answered, "Hi, is what's her name? Is Grace? Is Grace there? Is Grace there? Can I talk to Grace? Provided I was brave enough to talk to a member of her family, whoever it was that answered the phone, and say, "Can I talk to Grace?" And then she'd have to come to the phone. She, he, they would come to the phone, and you'd talk, and I'd be in the hallway of my house because it would be attached to the wall, and they'd be in the hallway of their house, and their parents would know because I just spoke to them. Like the embarrassment. Imagine the embarrassment of that. And then you're in the hallway, and hi, I just, it's me from college. Like, we see each other sometimes at college, and I just thought, since I did ask for your phone number the other day, which was really normal, and there was like, I just thought I'd call you up and see how you would, I suppose you're at home. Are you at home? Well, yeah, you are, because you're talking to me from home. I mean, maybe you do some talking now. Thanks, hi. Like, you have to go through that. Like these days, Facebook, chatting, saying something on a wall, saying something on a thing. Do you want to do a Skype? It's text first. That's ice broken is through text, and that's easier even than doing the talking to someone's parents. Hi, so and so there. Could you get them on the phone, please? I'd like to talk to them. I'd like to talk to them. It's easier than even that. And then you've got. Yeah, why not a webcam in my room? In my safety of my room, where I can turn it off. Can't see me now. Like, why not? Even if I don't want to, I can have a little look, and I think that's okay. That's cool. That's kind of cool. It does open up some dangerous doors, doesn't it, in some ways? But no, I think it's cool, and I think it's important that you realise that it's not it's a fraction of the prism of the human whole. So we're not to base everything off it. If you get a good idea, a good feeling, then good. Like, if you get a bad one, then maybe a red flag. But it's not to say that I'm going to have a good internet date, and therefore when we meet up in public, in person, and sit down at the restaurant, that it's going to go well. That doesn't necessarily mean that. But it's a good, toe in the water, I suppose, isn't it? I do think as well that there are ways that it can be manipulated. That I suppose that's the same for any kind of dating, isn't it, in the world? Like, any kind of dating. But, there are dangers. You need to go into it with your eyes open, so to speak, and not believe everything you hear or see. I suppose that's just the cynical side of my life coming through. Let's see what he says.
Okay, how so?
I don't know, like first dates, for example, you get to check out the other person without wasting your time and money.
Yeah.
Video dates eliminate false advertising.
What does she mean? Do you have to pay people to go on dates for you? She's talking about prostitution. That's not right. I don't have to pay people to go on dates with me, love. If you mean spending the money on the meal and buying someone a drink, that's not wasted money. Is it? Being polite to somebody or kind to somebody, buying somebody a drink. Okay, they might not be on their uppers, maybe they can afford it themselves and I'm just being generous. But being generous isn't like a waste of your money. Being generous is part of kindness, isn't it? So it's just it's nice to be nice. The purpose of being nice is in itself, it's its own win. So you didn't lose out. You got the dinner. You got to spend time with someone. You got the experience. Whether you ended up going to bed with them is irrelevant. The experience in itself was. So yeah, maybe we shouldn't be valid. There's lots of reasons why me and her are not going to make it as a couple.
I think I should trademark that.
And you're in the comfort of your own home, which is great.
So do you think it's possible to keep up the sexual tension and chemistry if you haven't seen each other for weeks or maybe even months?
That's a really difficult question. COVID-based, isn't it? COVID-based. But I think, in all fairness, if you haven't seen anyone for weeks or months, maybe the sexual tension will be there. Maybe there'd be a bit of that. I don't know. It's strange for me, actually, isn't it? I've had a lot of relationships, so I don't feel like, oh no, I need to get out and shag everyone now. COVID didn't make me feel like, oh no, I haven't been able to shag everyone for a year. Oh no. I'd rather have a nice relationship and, for that sexual part to come as part of that relationship. And I'm not in any rush. Like I said, I'm not in any rush, so that's cool. COVID has slowed things down, but I've got my life to think about first, and then we can think about other things next. But not in any rush. So yeah, the sexual tension would still be there after weeks and months, yes. If you're going to be with someone for years and years, you need there to still be a bit of that sauce. You need to still have a bit of the sauce. So You know, I don't see why there should be a time limit on sauce.
Oh, that's hard to tell.
What was the question?
Is it?
Is it what? Yeah, I'm going to say yes, I think, aren't I?
To be honest, I'm pretty chill about the whole situation in that respect.
Some of my friends are losing their mind over it.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Yeah, same. I think people are obviously getting really thirsty, but you know, I'd wait if it was for the right connection.
Yeah, that's what I was
That's
saying.
good to hear. Not something you'd expect from a 20-something-year-old.
Well, this is a problem, isn't it?
So-
Am I trying to get him laid and answer the right thing for him? Am I saying what I should honestly say? Or am I saying what he would honestly say? Different ways of playing it. Are you supposed to win the dates by talking each lady up into a state of love affair with you, even if the answers are incongruent? I don't know. I don't know what the point of the game is. You know, no one's set it out specifically, but it does feel like with the wingman and with the different options and the, well, that went badly, or this has gone well, good answer. You know, it feels a bit like you're trying to talk these different ladies into bed, and that's the win. They've raised sexual tension a little bit. I don't know if, like, as a, you know, Easter egg game achievement, if at the end of the date one of them will reveal their boobies or something. But you know, I don't think that's a good message to be putting out there, that like dating is about talking people into bed or winning the date by convincing someone to think something of you. Like I said earlier, it's about honesty, isn't it? So.
Shh. Oh, my flatmate's just finished a date. I better go and debrief.
Okay, totally. Half the fun is debriefing anyway. So.
Very true.
Well, listen, I'm glad I got to see you again.
I'm really glad as well. It was really nice getting to know you a little bit better.
Yeah. Listen, I won't keep you from your...
Listen, why don't you invite me to one of your posh lawyer things? Honestly, I'd be great at one of those sort of parties. We talked about parties, didn't we? Get me in the room networking with your posh lawyer friends. You'll chuffing love it. It'll be a right laugh. Honestly, get me invited to that. That's what I'd be saying to her. And then when I got there, she would hate me. Obviously, she'd hate me. It'd be like one of those films where like Jack Black is like, you know, drinking the punch and he hasn't got any shoes on and everyone's wearing a suit and he's like, "Way," like, you know, it'd be like one of those films where Adam Sandler is still wearing his normal clothes but everyone else is dressed in a suit. Way, like, it'd be like that.
Flatmate, and I hope it went well for her.
Thanks. Bye.
So, how are you feeling about Grace?
Callum, it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. Listen, there is so much to like about her, but I'm just not sure. Plus, I have no idea what she's thinking. I don't know.
No, I do know a bit about what she's thinking, and I don't like the smell of it.
Where she's at right now. Is she wanting to...
That there is completely out of your control.
Yeah.
Out of your control, man. Forget about it.
Oh, it's so annoying, though.
Anyway, man, get some rest, you know? Get some Z's.
Thank you for the support, as always. And I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah. I mean, like, what else is there to do? I mean, living vicariously through you is the most fun thing about lockdown.
Come on, you love hearing about this. You love all this gossip.
Living vicariously is living through someone. So you don't say living vicariously through you. Or maybe you do. Maybe it's okay to say that. The living vicariously is living through. And through who? Through you. So maybe it's okay to say that. But I would assume, you know, it's implied in the context, isn't it? So living vicariously in this way has been, I don't know, I wouldn't put the two together like that, but maybe I'm wrong. But, you know, you don't descend down the stairs, do you? Because descending means to go down. So you don't go down the stairs, descend down the stairs, go down the stairs. You just descend the stairs. Or you go down the stairs. You don't do both in the same sentence right at the same time. Anyway.
Some stuff that I talked to you about.
I love it. This is good. This is what makes me live. It's great. Thank you.
Listen.
In terms of writing and, you know, craft and judging it in other ways, they have been quite believable, haven't they, as characters? They've been quite acceptable. Hasn't felt completely forced and fake. There was the little moment with the panic attack that felt a little bit like it's hard to show a panic attack in its physical manifestation. She did seem to be a bit high up on the scale, but other than that, I think it's all gone fairly well, acting wise and believability and all that.
I'm gonna make a move because I'm knackered, but no, seriously, thank you. because I appreciate it.
Alright, man. No problem, man. Love,
Cool.
bro.
I'll catch you later. Good night.
Cool.
Now what? Select one invitation for a third date. Am I getting confused here? I thought it was 5 dates. And I did 3 to start. And then I've just done 2. That's 5. So have I got another one? That's 6. What the chuff's going on? They can't even count. I'm not going to look at Grace. I'm alright having a date with Saffron. Or decline. What? Decline? Decline. Just end the game. It's a strange option. Saffron. I want to make it clear, though, that I'm not trying to get in her pants. And that I think engaging in a sort of high-intensity, emotional, sexual relationship at this point in her mental health recovery is not something that I would be pushing for. But I would like to be there as a friend and, you know, like build a relationship that maybe we could turn into a more intense thing as she feels more, as she feels more in control of her life. Whereas Grace, I don't want to talk to her at all. She's the thought police. They're not active. Well, that's a silly thing to say because, like, what does that mean? What am I supposed to do? I'm not really dating. Like, it's the internet. Like, his mate wasn't active when he tried to call him, so we had to wait a bit, and then he called him back, and then he got him on the FaceTime. But we didn't see that. They just edited it together. Like, come on. Or am I supposed to assume that she's, like, had, you know, gone off the dating site because something went wrong in our date? Oh, I've got a response straight away. Oh, sorry. I've got a response straight away. It's a yes. I'm her perfect match. Come on. It doesn't matter which one we're talking to. They all love Scotty Hottie. You'll be a dinner date. Well, good, because we're both vegan, so we're fine with that. Nobody's going to have any arguments. There's going to be no falling out. Okay.
It is the big dinner tonight, boy. What's on the menu?
I'm going to try and cook a vegan... I'm not going to hear you puffing already.
It's just, you know, I don't know if they needed to use this. Like, why is he huffing and puffing over the... We've been through this before.
A vegan cauliflower curry.
Same thing as before.
You and your rabbit food, bruv.
Listen, it's not too late to see the light, all right? You can change. You
Oh,
can
mate, please, don't even.
Come and join the good side.
Happy with a bit of bacon, mate. I love a bit of bacon. So,
It's quite rude.
obviously, the third date is something.
No.
But I'll let you off because you're my sexy friend in your sexy dressing gown.
Bruv, if you are on an in-person date, the third date, you'd be having to escalate.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're not on an in-person date, and therefore I don't have to escalate.
This is a really interesting... I mean, we're not going to escalate because I'm committed to, like I said, you know, worrying about her mental health before I decide to try and get in her pants. But that's a really interesting question. There was the old tradition of we will meet up, like phone conversation. We have that conversation. It goes well, whatever. Do it again. Ask you if you want to meet up somewhere. We meet up. It's like an official date. You can say, would you like to come to dinner with me on a date and all that business? But usually it's not that. It's just like, would you like to meet up? So it's not an official date. It's like a meeting up. But then after that, you say, would you like to come out to somewhere? And then the next one is like, you know, a proper date. So would you like to come to this social event with me? You know, with me sort of thing. And then the third one, you're in this territory, aren't you? Of like, we're on third date now. Do we start to be a bit more saucy with each? You know, do I cross some boundaries? But there's no. Even back then, there would be no scheduled. Okay, this is date 3. Therefore, could you take your top off now because it's date 3, isn't it? So, showing you the date 3 instructions. Like, that's not how it works, is it? It's not how it works. So it could be date 5. It doesn't have to. You know, there's no time limit on it. There's no pressure cooker.
There has got to be some way to do it, bro.
Okay, listen, I'm just going to see how it goes. I'm going to read her vibe, and I think that's what I got right now.
Unconventional. Good luck.
Okay, listen, but
If you haven't already understood, her vibe is she has mad panic attacks. Like, I use the word mad, Mental Health Monday. She has panic attacks and is not necessarily in the right place to start a fresh sexual relationship.
Oh, I'm gonna go, but we'll debrief later, yeah?
Alright, yeah, give us a bell. But if I don't pick up, call again later, yeah?
Why are you laughing? What's going on? What's happened?
Hey, listen, your boy is only gonna got himself a little date tonight.
No, you haven't. No.
Oh, Vinny's angry. No, you haven't. He's angry, Vinny is, because Vinny's jealous. Because deep down, Vinny loves Callum.
No, you haven't. Are you serious? With who? When?
Whoa, chill, bro. You know I like to keep those things low key.
Okay, alright, okay.
Do you know who he's seeing? Grace, isn't it? It's Grace. Whichever one wingman. Oh, I see.
Okay, I won't mention another word about it, but you're gonna tell me about it after, right?
Of course, my bro. Of course.
Okay, cool. Alright, listen, all the best, smash it, and we'll debrief when you get a chance.
Alright, cool.
Alright, cool, man. I'll catch you in a bit, Carl.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
When you're ready, enter your video. Oh, it's a video dinner date. What the chuff they on about a dinner date on video? So now you're just talking on camera and eating, which is inconvenient. Spacebar. It's not spacebar. It's on the controller there. Yep, this is no. I'm not. I don't. So I do need the spacebar and mouse situation now. I need the mouse. Hang on, big face. So I know it's going to sound silly. I know you go to dinner dates together, don't you? You both eat your dinner at a dinner date. That is okay. That is okay. But it's not polite to watch people eat. What do you mean? You sat there opposite them, you're talking. Of course it's okay. Yeah, but it's not polite to watch them put the food from the fork into, stare at the fork in the mouth. You know, you're not watching them eat like that. And it's more polite. You know, sometimes people do this, don't they? When they're like, oh, just got a big thing in their mouth. It's not polite to be like, you know, looking at the, like, sometimes people feel the gaze upon them when they're not at their refined best, while they've got a bit of thing in my, the legs coming out. But you know, or you know, you've got a bit of stuff on you, got a bit of stuff on your lip there, mate. Got a bit. Do you want to just wipe your? I've probably got a bit of chocolate on my lips. You know, just wipe it, like, you know, that sort of business. It's like, it's okay to be a bit saucy together, isn't it? A bit of chocolate on the eyes, but it's not. And when I used to do filming, which I still might do intermittently, when you film people, like, it's not polite to film them eating, shoveling the food actually into their mouth. It's okay in certain, like, more broad contexts. If you're in a cafeteria, they're all eating in the cafeteria and you're doing an interview and, like, you know, they're eating in the background. Okay, that's a bad choice because it's noisy. But you know what I mean? They're eating and you're not. It's okay. But you wouldn't then, for your general views, like zooming on someone putting the chicken in, and someone else putting in the carrots. That's kind of gross a bit in a way. It's kind of, it's not someone at the most attractive. It's not, you know, in the same way as you don't open your mouth when you chew, if you're polite, maybe in the UK. It's not polite to talk when you eat. It's not polite to chew with your mouth open. It's considered impolite. Because it's probably, like, if you're eating as well, to see someone else masticating their food, like, it's probably not as, you know, it might put you off your food, is what I'm saying. Anyway, look. So with all that said, I wouldn't choose to film someone while they're eating. I wouldn't choose to. I'd just finish your sandwich and then I'll take a good shot of you talking or something, you know, like, or, you know, once you finish that mouthful, I'll start my general view of the cafeteria, but just wait till you've shoveled that bit of cake, you know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not polite to close-ups, people eating. There's you eating, yummy. And taking all that into consideration, I'm not going to enjoy this dinner date. I'm not going to enjoy eating in front of someone like that on camera, like mukbanging, and I'm not going to enjoy watching them eat and us both having to struggle to talk through mouthfuls of. Like, it's okay if you're at a restaurant and you're actually eating and it's, like, natural and has flow. I don't think on camera is going to feel the same for me, but let's see how it goes, eh? Let's see how it goes.
Oh, you look comfortable sitting on a chair for once.
I know, it's shocking that I even own any.
Oh, go on, what are you eating?
A lentil ragu.
No, what should happen is we should both cook the same food and at least, or both order the same food and at least be eating like, you know, like there should be at least some. Do you know what I mean? We'll both get a Thai curry, or we'll both get a Chinese. So it's similar to us. Like imagining that we're at the restaurant. No, I'll have a whatever, and you just eat your whatever.
Is it nice?
It's so good. What's on your plate?
Oh, I have just put together a really nice cauliflower curry, and it's vegan.
One of my favourites.
What do you mean? And it's vegan? If you're vegan, you're not going to announce to her. You're just going to be like, it's cauliflower curry. It's just food. Like, and it's extra points for being vegan. I don't normally cook vegan, but this time, I mean, I know I am a vegan, of course. So, yeah. She sent the recipe, so.
That looks so good.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. Bit of spice on top, chili flakes. Oh, love it.
Oh, it looks so good. Can I try some? Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you for breaking the ice.
Listen, I learn from the best.
I guess we should address the very embarrassing elephant in the room.
Listen, there's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Minnie, you saw me having a panic attack and we barely know each other.
Seriously, don't stress about it.
You're not in control of whether you know someone before you have a panic attack in front of them. So, you know, yeah, no biggie.
Second. All right, I'm just happy I could help.
While we're on the topic, is there anything you want to know about them or me?
We don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, okay?
No, I think it's an important part of my life that I want you to know about.
What we can discuss, because obviously this is a dating game, we're going to continue the dating thing, is we can establish how long you've had them. You know, like I've been saying, I don't think it's responsible for me to try and pressure someone into a sexual relationship if they're, like, you know, going through this at the very fractured point. But like, you can have panic attacks for years, so it's also not right for me to say that people who have panic attacks shouldn't have relationships and shouldn't have say, oh, that's silly. No, of course, like if it's part of your life and your thing, then yeah, you know, we can still move forward in both aspects. But I still think that the level of the anxiety response that she displayed needs some, you know, some attention from a medical, therapeutic, whatever point of view. So yeah, we need to still address that.
How long have you had them?
They started in my mid-teens. I don't really know how they started, but like I was always very self-conscious and highly strung, and I never really addressed it. And then it just sort of mutated and got worse.
Shit, that sounds tough. And how old were you when you had your first one?
I was 14, but it happened in private, so I didn't really know if it was like real or a waking nightmare.
Yeah, I get that.
And then it happened in public, in front of my friends. That was definitely real.
And I mean, were they...
Do you know what's good about her acting is that for a minute there, I was just feeling sorry for her. Like, she's not real. The people I feel sorry for are the real people out there that suffer like that. Like, and I don't feel pity, like, oh, I pity you. Feel sorry. I just like, you know, I wish I could hold out my arms and, you know, do something to help and let you know in those times that we all feel like that in a way, and that I feel like that, and we can get through it together, you know. And if you can get through 10 minutes like you have done, like you're here now, so, you know, you can get through 10 minutes, you can get through the next 10 minutes, and next time it happens, we'll get through it, you'll get through it. Yeah, those sort of things. But she's an actress.
Supportive?
To my face at first, and then they just started phasing out of my life very quickly. But yeah, then I just changed my outlook completely, changed my lifestyle, and I'm so much better for it.
Okay, that's amazing then. You obviously have a lot of self-understanding, and that's great.
Shut up, you.
I'd say you're... What's the word?
Chuffing nuts. No, of course I wouldn't say that. We do Mental Health Monday every Monday, 8 p.m. GMT. And mental health is stigmatised, and it's not really something we should joke about, is it? But people see, you know, in the current social climate, the way things are at the moment, they might not be the same in 100 years, but the way they are at the moment, people do joke like that, don't they? And it's commonplace. But I would say that I'd like to push this more in terms of professional help for her, but I don't want her to feel that I'm the sort of person that's going to dominate her and push her around in her life and sort of call the shots and make her decisions for her. So I'd keep raising it, like I'd keep sort of like putting the leaflets out, or asking questions about her opinions on, but I wouldn't necessarily be like, right, get in the car, we're going to the doctors. If you don't believe it, it's going to work. I'm going to show you it's going to work. But I wouldn't let that just. It might annoy her that I wouldn't let it go, maybe. But I'd like to think I was doing the right thing by trying to sort of channel her down this sort of avenue where at least we could get to talk to a doctor.
I have no idea what you're going to say right now.
No. I promise you it's a good one. An empath. That's what you are.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty good at walking in other people's shoes, and I like feed off other people's energy quite well, I'd say.
For sure.
And my love language is quality time, so.
So what's love language?
Oh God! Again, like I don't know what love language is, but I'm not going to be like, oh, so what? Hang on, what's me in my heart, what I want to do is say, hang on, is this another one of your chuffing wizard things? Is this another one of your Harry Potter magics? Love what? Love what? I want to pick her up on it in a sort of critical way, but absolutely not that energy with this person at this time, even if it's funny for me. I find that funny. I wouldn't be being mean. I'd be funny. Like, what do you mean? One of your Harry Potter? I think it's a joke, not a being mean. But she probably wouldn't take it as a joke. She'd probably see it as meanness because the joke's on her. So, yeah, we do need this explained, I suppose. So let's interject and reveal our ignorance further.
Oh my God. You won't care about this.
No, I will. I want to hear. Tell me.
There are 5 ways that we express and experience love.
This is where I would interject. What do you mean we? There are. Who says there are? Where is this teaching from? It might be that it's the Buddha. It might be that it's the Hare Krishna. It might be that it's Robbie Williams' lyrics in his latest song. It might be that it's something to do with numbers that doesn't really add up. So I just want to know where this has come from first before I just take it as like there may be. It's an idea that, but I think of things as much more spectral, much more on a spectrum, not 5 clear lines of love. This love, that love. Is it this colour or that colour? Well, it's sort of like, it's kind of like light.
And everyone favours one. The love languages.
Which are?
So, words of affirmation, which is...
Do you know what, as well? I would never... This is funny. I did used to date one person in my life that was really quite the hippie. If she's watching this, she'll probably know who I'm talking about. But I don't mind. Like, that was cool. I wasn't much of a hippie at the time. I wasn't even vegan, but now I am. So, there's irony. But it's quite enjoyable. I like this sort of thing. Like, you remember when you were at school and they'd be like doing that thing with the 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a thumb walk. Like, it's like a little paper bird thing, and they do that, and then you choose your number, and then they do it 1, 2, 3, 4, and choose another number 1, 2, and then open it out and unfold it, and then it's just and like, it's just the act of doing it, like the intimate act of like play. This is idea play. This is I enjoy that. I don't mind that it's a bit Harry Potter wizardy and that I don't believe in it. I don't have to believe in it. Like the tarot cards, I don't have to actually believe in them. I'd make my opinions clear about the beliefs, just so that we weren't going to get any funny ideas about them. Like, we weren't going to think that a demon had been conjured by the cards and anything like that. But I do enjoy the play. Like, doing the Ouija board is fun. I don't think I'm actually communicating with the ghosts, but for the 20 minutes that you're engaged in the doing it, and it's a bit edgy, that edgy fun, that's fun. It's okay.
Like verbal expressions that build you up and articulate affection.
Okay, next.
2 is acts of service, so actions and gestures that you're really into. So you're into like thought and like effort mainly.
Okay, of course.
That one,
Receiving gifts, so just presents of any form that make you.
I'm going to pause it there. It's really interesting to me that it brings this sort of thing up. The first one, I think it is important that you say these things to people, because otherwise how do they know what you're thinking? You show them, of course, through your acts, yes. But on a day-to-day basis, it is okay to tell them that you love them, yes. But I'm much more, like I said, I think it's important that you follow through with the acts. In fact, I think the acts are much more what we should value and judge people, or not just that I said I was going to do it, but I actually did it. You know, those sort of things. But giving gifts is a tough one, because I like to give people gifts, but it's the thought behind the gifts that I like to. You know, I think the love is in knowing someone or understanding someone and thinking they would like this. And the reason you think that is because you understand them and you know them and like you care about them, and like they mentioned this thing and you remembered it and you thought, you know, you didn't just go on Amazon bestseller and like that'll do. You know, it's like something personal, and so the gift is important in that way because it shows that you're thinking on that level. But the gift doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't have to be like I know if I were a millionaire, big face. Get me big face. If I were a millionaire, right, I would get my friend Guesty, my friend. He's a boy. I'm not talking about dating now. I'm talking about my friend who's a boy. He's married. I'd buy him. I'd like to buy him a racing car, but I'd also think he'd probably kill himself in it. So what I would buy him, I absolutely would, like, you know, all these other things, like, you know, houses for friends, or, you know, a big company where they all could get a job and everyone live happy ever after, whatever. I'd actually make sure, though, I know he loves cars and racing, and I'd want him to be safe, so I'd buy him one of these sim racing rigs, like, you know, a proper racing car that rattles around and has all the screens, all the virtual reality or whatever it is, the big computer. Set him up with like the F1 Rolls-Royce racing rig in his shed. You know, he'd love that. It's way too expensive for me to buy him right now. Can't do it now. Can't buy him that. In fact, like, you know, the way things are in our lives, it's even too expensive for me to just buy him a virtual reality headset or an Xbox. Like, that's a bit of a big expensive present just to be buying your mate. But if I had the more money, it wouldn't be, would it? It'd just be achievable easy. So it's the things that I know they love and care about. That's why I'd choose those things, not because they were expensive. You know, I wouldn't be like, oh, this rig is like worth this X amount of money, so there you go, have that just for every one of my friends. They'd all have to have a different present. Because it's about the care. So presents are important. The value of the present, that would be amazing. Like, we'd all love that. We can't do that. Like, I bought him a book about a person that he respects and admires, that we talk. You know, I can do him a book. Do you know what I mean? Like, still similar. It's still, I like this person and the things they say, and like the reasons you've got this shows me that you know, understand me. And I would probably have bought this for myself as a little treat, you know, sort of thing. Well, he wouldn't. He doesn't like books. Maybe he'll read it to his young son one day as he's doing bedtime stories. Anyway, the point is that gifts are okay, but they're not the be all and end all. Now, when I was young, my parents were divorced, and my dad wasn't, you know, physically there as much as maybe I wanted. But sometimes he did buy extravagant gifts for us. In the long run, in the short run, I know that, you know, meant something to me that I had this thing. I know that there's a lot of confusing emotion tied up in that, both from his end and from my end. But in the long run, now, I don't hold a great attachment to the toys that were bought for me as a kid that were expensive. In fact, over the course of my life, I've come to decide that buying someone a valuable item, like, you know, an expensive, like, it doesn't matter how expensive that rig is that I buy for my friend, really. Like, if I buy him a virtual reality, if I buy him a computer, if I buy him an Xbox game about race games, then that's the same sentiment as the big rig. I can't afford the big rig, you know. Like, I remember, okay, here's a good example. I remember once I bought a girl a horseshoe, and it was an old stupid, like, a horse bit thing. It was a horse bit. Like, it was a stupid it was just like, it's one of those things where I can't afford the horse, but here's like the metal bit you put in its mouth, you know, put that on the side, and then, you know, maybe next year, you know, bit by bit we'll work towards the horse. It was like a sentimental, I know you want a horse, I can't do that. Like, this is just something to, you know, anyway, just a silly little thing like that. What am I doing? Nintendo Switch. So presents are okay. Over the course of my life, I came to not put as much value on items, things that the society says, oh, buy another one of these, have another one of these, buy another one of them. Like, have you got the latest this? You know, I'm less interested in that, more interested in spending time with, or whatever, you know, more important things than items. But yeah, so I'm not, so far, I'm the second one, aren't I? I'm the show people you love them by doing things that, you know, by living in a loving way.
Feel loved. And 4 is quality time.
That's you, for sure.
Pretty self-explanatory. It just means that you like to give and receive undivided attention without any distractions.
Okay.
That's quite a difficult one for me. Not gonna lie, I think that there's a difficulty in that, is that sometimes I'm absolutely brilliant at it, but I can't tell you when you're going to need that and when I'm going to be ready to do that. Like, it might be that you're like, okay, quality time, 6 o'clock, I'm ready. Let's, you know, I'm up for my quality. I need my quality time now. Undivided attention, me, please. And I'm going to be like, hang on, I'm just in the middle of doing an edit. I'm going to be there in like 40 minutes or an hour. Or maybe like not tonight. You know, maybe my head's not right for that tonight. You know, sometimes like that will happen. Not always. Sometimes I'll be like, right, absolutely, I can just turn this off. Let's do quality time. You know, sometimes I'll be able to do that. Other times, maybe the dog needs a walk. Maybe this, I don't know, whatever. But there will be times, I will guarantee, that you will want quality time and I will underperform in the undivided attention department. Promise it will happen. So that's a worry for me. That's a bit of a worry. And it's not the way I like to... Maybe I don't feel... It's weird, isn't it? 'Cause we're talking about love, aren't we? So maybe they do have the right, and I should respect that when they say jump, I say how high. Not in that cynical sense, but in the sense that I need you right now. So, you know, I love you, so it doesn't matter what I'm doing with my edit or my thinking. You know, you need me is just gone to the top of my list. I understand that as a concept. So maybe I agree with that. I just think human reality, even though I agree with the concept, human reality, I'm going to let you down sometimes. You're going to say, I need undivided attention and love, and I'm going to be in an emotional place that's not undivided love, that's something else, because life is going on around me, and I have to say, give me a minute to get into that frame of mind. Give me a minute to let these other thoughts go and to remember that you're the most important thing in the world, and that I'm going to have to just let everything go and focus on you for a minute. 10 minutes, an hour, 2 days, whatever. And maybe that's not, you know, maybe this part of my life. Could you imagine if you're doing something important, whatever's important to you, if I was doing the podcast, doing the stream, and I need your undivided attention now, well, this is all really important. You're really important because I love you. This is important because it's important. If you love me, maybe you can understand and we can give it another hour or two, or I don't know. See how it's so difficult to have two people on the same page at the same time and to be judged as not meeting the standard if you are not on that page at that time. Expecting a lot of someone, that is. Expecting a lot. But then I also think, in theory, if you love someone, that is it. I need you right now. It's not let's put it in priority order, is what I'm doing more important. It's, you need me now, I'm there for you. No problem. I'm there for you. That's cool. But I do, I suppose, hope that you wouldn't just pull that card if you were, you know, just a bit cross about the shopping, or you made the soup and it didn't really come out right. Or, you know, I hope you wouldn't pull this I need you now card if it wasn't something that I would see as sort of maybe banal. And you keep doing it all the time, and I start thinking, look, next time she pulls that card, I don't know if I really need to be there, or she really does need me, or if it's just, see what I'm saying? So it's got to be kept for specials, and I will be there. I don't know, maybe we could write it in, you know, a certain day of the week is quality time day, so I know that I'm not to plan anything else on that day at least. But no, you can't, can you? Because you need me when you need me.
And what's the final one?
Physical touch. So just
Okay.
constant contact.
So the most...
Constant contact is going to annoy anyone. Let's not get silly. Let's not get silly. We all like to have our back rubbed. We don't like to be constantly rubbed on the back. Like, don't get silly. There's a point where you're like, okay, that's enough now. That's enough now. Thanks. You can resume game. You can resume back rubs in a minute, but let's give me a minute. I remember on one occasion, I'll do a big face for this, but it's not going to be a proper story. It's going to be a half story. I remember on one occasion, I was downstairs smoking a cigarette, and someone came down from upstairs, came down, sat down next to me and said, do you want to come back upstairs? And I said, God, could you not give me 10 minutes? Can you not just give me 10 minutes? I'll be up there all night. You know, I'm going to stay up there. Just please, I need a little break. Just a little break. Yeah, fine. No, fine, yeah. Well, do you want to go back up there then? And I'll just wait with you. All right, forget it then. The cigarette's done. Forget it. I'm coming back up now. Resume game.
Basic language of all.
Possibly. Which one do you think you favour?
So which ones have we got? We've got words of affirmation. We've got acts of service, receiving gifts. We've got you, quality time, and physical touch.
It is really difficult because if you want to win, don't you just say quality time? Like, I can't. This is where I really fall down in life as well. Let's go big face for this. I do fall down in this in life. Is it that you're supposed to say the right answer? Got something like chocolate. Oh no! Don't do that on the big face. That's what he said about earlier. Don't be looking at people's. Look. Is it the correct answer? What she said? Because look, it doesn't matter what I think and feel really. What matters is getting to the place together where she can start to understand what I think and feel really, and it isn't just like right, we didn't quick click, that's the end of it. Because we might have a really good relationship there together if she can overlook these things in time not being exactly congruent. Or it might be that I should tell her just perfect bang truth of what I believe, or am I trying to get him laid? Should I just win the game and say quality time? We know she said it, I should say it, we're perfect. But that's not the reality of how I feel, how I feel. And I don't think it's I think acts of service could involve quality time. I don't think you have to have one of these 5 pillars, but I don't have to rub her nose in it and ruin the thing. What do we do? And I said this is how it fucks me up in real life as well, because in real life, there are times where I know the correct answer is to say X, Y, Z. And it might not be I'm trying to talk her into bed. It might, which I'm obviously not. What I mean is that, do you like this hat? Yes, that hat looks lovely on you. No, I don't like that hat. You've heard me moaning for this entire... I mean, how long have I been on the internet tonight? 3.5 hours of me just pedantic piffing and moaning. It's not... Hopefully it's not pedantic piffing and moaning. Hopefully I'm saying some relatively interesting things. But, I'm not afraid to just say what I think, am I? But what happens in life, and I've been there in life where it's happening, is I know that the correct thing is to not say what I think. Maybe for the good of their feelings. Maybe it's a political thing and we'll get into a discussion. Maybe it doesn't have to go there. This is the same thing that gets me in fights with people who I don't really want to have a fight with. But I cannot just appease them and say whatever it is they need to hear so they calm the fuck down and leave me alone. I can't do that. Like, the one that is jumping into my head is we had this debate about whether so-and-so or something was racist. I'm not going to pick on anyone's names over the internet because I don't want to make people think, God, they wouldn't even be watching this. And I was like, look, no, it's definitely racist. And they were like, well, it was one of these things where it's not going to be, would you like to debate me? Draw up your terms. Let's sit and discuss. This house believes I'm a racist. No, you've called me a racist. I'm going to go and get my friends. We're going to decide who's a racist by punching each other or whatever, that sort of thing. And I can't say to them, No, it's all right. Do you know what, mate? You're probably not a racist, are you? You're just a good guy. Don't worry. Look, I drove it to this point. I kept saying, no, you chuffer, you're a chuffing racist. No, that's wrong. No, I'm not having that. I'm not having it. In the pub, in the pub with some, and they're like bigger than me and they've got more friends, and now it's an argument, now it's a fight, and I just can't do I know socially, even if it's wrong, even if I think it's, wrong, I should stand up for what I believe in. Okay, not different example. Do you like my hat? No, it's not. It doesn't suit you, mate. It's not good on you. Different example. I don't know. Different example. When you say the thing and I don't know. Yeah, bad ideas, and I'm quite prepared to say, in the supermarket, someone that I don't really know that well. Well, no, I don't think so. I'm not supposed to say people like look around. What? They're having an argument. I'm like absolutely not. No. Pick that up. I will say pick that up to a stranger. Just without, I can't. There is no filter in my brain that's like, is there a nice way of? If they've thrown it on the floor, they're already disrespecting where I live. Like, pick that up. Don't speak to me like that. Who are you? Look, we don't litter. We live in a nice place. We keep it nice by picking up our rubbish. Would you please pick that up? The other way I've gone about this, because I had to learn this, because otherwise I'd just be like, pick that up to people. The other way is, excuse me, mate, I think you dropped that. I think you dropped this. To sort of embarrass them socially into saying, like, I've noticed that you've thrown this on the floor. Pick it up. But really, I'm like, pick it up. If they don't pick it up and we have to remonstrate and argue, it turns into one of them. That's their problem. They threw it on the floor. Pick it up, mate. Like, I'm happier not having a fight and me just picking it up. But I just want to make it clear to you that it's not, these are my thoughts. That's socially, it doesn't have you can say the things that socially, the cues are that you don't have to, the options are there. It's different in different social, I can't think of any good examples. I've been on talking for 3.5 hours. But it might be in the supermarket, it might be this, it might be that. It might be someone says, oh yeah, they're trying to depopulate the populace, aren't they? And I'm like, hang on, where'd you get that stupid idea from? Don't say that to her in the soup. I can't. I know you're not. I know the correct answer is, oh, really? Oh, do you think? Oh, is it? I know the correct answers. And I'm giving bad examples where I'm obviously contrarian because they're silly examples. But I don't know. Do you like my hat? No, I don't. No, I don't. Don't get Scott telling people what he thinks. He's more likely to tell you the truth than what you want to hear. So I'm going to say acts of service. That's how I love people. It's not by serving them, but, by being a loving person. I do show them I love them by giving them gifts. Oh, this is receiving gifts. This is how I want to be loved. Is this how I want to be loved? Is she attractive there with a wonky eye, or are they trying to pause it on an attractive frame or a bit of a dodgy frame? I don't know. I think acts of service is fine. Gifts is not where I'm going. Words of affirmation, lip service ain't nothing to me. Quality time is important. Physical touch is important. But neither are the dominant forms, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm going to go with acts of service. There's just no substitute for someone doing something really thoughtful for you. And I feel like that's a proper display of love and affection.
Okay, in that case, what gives you more satisfaction, giving or receiving?
Giving.
Okay, that's a good question. Both are good in their own ways, but if I had to pick one, no, I like to please more than anything.
It's an easy choice, that is for me. I don't know if it needs breaking down that much, but giving is easy to choose because I like doing it more. Like receiving, when I'm receiving gifts, like gifts is a good example, or affection or attention in that way, I feel like, oh, cover myself in my coat, pull my hood up, let's hide, embarrassed, red face, like quite, enjoy playing my songs on stage. Don't want to have people talk to me about it afterwards. I like your song, mate. That was nice. This conversation is making me feel awkward. It's the best way I can describe that. If someone does something nice for me, I think great. But then it kind of makes me feel like, is it ashamed that I'm not... Like, other people should have nice things done for them, and now I'm having nice things done for me. But there are other people that deserve this more than me, maybe is the word. Maybe that's part of my thing of, you know, I'm remembering this now from like my years of therapy, but maybe it's part of my, you know, feelings of self-worth, and, you know, maybe there's an issue in that. But I much prefer to do something nice for somebody, to see them be happy, and that makes me feel happy. And then the nice thing is done, you know, we're all having the nice thing together. Like, they don't have to do it on their own. Like, if I cook a nice dinner, we can all eat it. You know, if we go somewhere nice together, we are having the nice time together. It doesn't have to be a solo, oh, I bought you a nice trip out, you go and enjoy it, I'm going to sit outside in the cold until you... Oh, it's nice that you're having a nice time, that's making me feel warm inside even though I'm out in the cold. No, come on. But I want to enjoy it together, but things done for me, you know, done to me... A good example is birthdays. I much prefer throwing a party for somebody else for their birthday, or being at somebody else's birthday party, taking them a thoughtful gift, whatever, than being the person whose birthday it is and having to say thank you to all the people for their thoughtful gifts and feeling really embarrassed and like meek about the whole process. Yeah, I don't like my own birthday. I wish it were over quick. For that reason, I kind of don't want to be the centre of attention in that way. But at the same time, I love having a nice meal out with people and the family and stuff, so I really enjoy birthdays. Just mine, I have to... Oh, not me.
Ooh, that could be a problem, because I'm a giver too.
Okay, this could work, because we could take turns.
Okay, give and take.
All right, there's a bit of a mitigation happening here. Now he's like, look, whatever you say, I'm going to be like, yes, you're the last one on the list. I'm not allowed to date any of those off the app, so we're going to be getting it on, baby. So you could say you like giving it on the moon, and we're going to be getting a rocket ship. Whatever you say goes. Yes, yes, yes. Mitigate, mitigate. Oh, yeah, no, actually, I do prefer red over blue. Oh, did you say red over... I meant blue over red. Oh, no, of course, I meant blue over red. I like blue over red as well. I just got confused.
I like it a lot.
God, I always get really deep with you.
Hey, you bring it out of me.
No,
Plus,
no.
I've actually always been so bad at small talk.
She's been into all this, like, you know, mystic stuff from the start. Don't pretend that I bring it out of you.
So, when this is all over...
You're wondering where we're going to go on our first date, where we'll have our first kiss.
I wasn't, actually.
Putting ideas in her mind, don't we?
I have a confession.
Oh, great.
Oh, God.
What?
Okay, nothing. That was a really bad joke. But what's up?
I'm planning on going traveling for a year.
Forget it then.
So...
Forget... I literally, if it was me, I literally would just hang up now. I know we've got the panic thing, you know. I'd have to be nice about the panic thing, and, you know, I said about being a friend and all that. But you want to get into a relationship with me and then leave for a year so you can explore your personality and, you know, the world. That's no good luck finding me when you get back. I mean, I might still be in the same place in my life, probably will be, but you won't. Like, you'll meet someone when you're travelling, because it's inevitable, because you meet people. They'll be doing the travelling too, you know, you have a little relationship, whatever, you know, free and easy. Fine, I'm not begrudging you that. That's cool, but I'm not going to be part of that, am I? And God, I'm not going travelling with you. Not on, we don't know each other that well, let's just go travelling the world. Oh God, I'm really fed up with you being under my hair all the time. No, come on. Come on. And it's rude. Why are you on the dating app leading me all down this stringy down the road? I mean, like I said, I didn't want to have a sexual relationship with you because I thought maybe travelling isn't such a good idea if you've got this panic attack problem that you haven't dealt with yet as well. You know, maybe, I don't know, I'm not trying to make your decisions for you, but I certainly won't be there making them with you. So good luck having a relationship with me from all the way around the world.
yeah. I was supposed to be circumnavigating like right now, and then obviously a pandemic happened. So
That's great. Yeah. I guess
I suppose it's my fault for going down this dating road with the most free-spirited person who is most likely to be off and away. Maybe that's my fault. But I did find that like an attractive quality. It's just that I didn't think it would mean that I'd have to go to chuffing like Timbuktu to follow her around the globe. I'm not doing that. I'm not following anyone around the globe like some, dog on a lead. Like, we don't even know each other that well.
there's nothing better for the soul than traveling, so do it.
yeah, but let's say we developed further, we were in a relationship,
Well, we won't.
and then
Don't say that because we won't, because you're going travelling. So
I just upped and left to go traveling for a year. What do you
where does that fit in on your quality time love system? Where does that fit on your quality time love system? Where does that fit in on my doing things to show people you love them system? You're just off. Gone. Oh, I can do things to show you I love you by letting you go.
You write born to kill on your helmet and you wear a peach button. What's that supposed to be, some kind of sick joke?
I think I was trying to suggest something about the duality of man, sir.
Thank you very much for your tippies. Thank you very much for your tippies. We've got the screaming marching band and a little clip from a film there. I'm not going to name the film. It can be a little bit of a game, but it's too obvious. It's too easy. But we've got the screaming marching band. I will be waving my arms. I'll try and remember to go big face next time. But thank you very much for your tippies. Thank you very much for your tippies. I do appreciate it. You're probably at work, so probably at work. You should have a little look. Go web browser. If I refresh this, there might be a little message. Might be a little bit of a message. Twitch isn't working on your end. We'll catch the replay. From the frozen look in your face, I can tell it's a good one today. Okay, I'm working at my end. I can tell it's a good one. I'm working at my end is the appropriate language for a stream about dating. I'm working at my end. And I've got the Nintendo Switch. See, I've opened all the windows now. Super Nintendo Switch. There we go. Yeah, I'll see you on the replay. Ponder Replay. That's actually a song, isn't it? It's called Ponder Replay. I'm not just doing a terrible racist accent slur thing. It's actually the name of a song. Ponder Replay. Anyway, look. What's more important is that she's decided to go travelling. It's all off. It was all on. Now it's all off again. And I'm not angry. I'm not cross. I don't feel like I've been led up the garden path, although I do a little bit. I would have it would have been quite nice for her to say at the very start, in my interests, when she said interests. She did mention travelling. She did mention it. But she should have said, I am going travelling, X, Y, Z. Because I'd have said, all right, good luck.
think you would do? Like, how would you react to that? Sorry, that's a really big question to ask you.
I know.
Good that it's paused it. So if you've been in a relationship with someone, say, a year, 2 years, whatever, it's been a bit of a long term, and one of you needs to go somewhere long distance, and they are going to come back. It's possible to have a long distance relationship. It's really difficult. Now, I know people who can achieve it, have achieved it, whatever. I also know lots more people that have not achieved it. Me personally, never achieved it. Always been like, oh, we'll stay, I love you, we'll be together forever. And after about 6 weeks of it, and then they're either one of us is off with someone else, or it just peters out, or I don't know, something doesn't seem to work about it. If the real true intent is to be together and you've been together long enough, then long distance can work. And especially with all these other, with the ability to talk to each other on Skype and all that, it can work. But for some reason, in my experience, no, it doesn't. Come with you. Again, if you've been together for a long time, you could consider uprooting your life and making it work with someone else in theirs. But she wants to just go travelling. She doesn't want to just if she was like, I need to move to New Zealand for a job, I'd be like, oh, I can come with you. If I'd been to, not now on date 3, That would be ridiculous. Come with you on date 3. But if it had been like, you know, a year, 2 years, whatever, yeah, we can build our lives together. I might follow your geographical plans because, you know, one of us has to follow one of us. And if that's important to you, fine. But it's not a guaranteed breakup. Breakup is easy because we don't know each other. We're not actually in a relationship, so there is no way to break up. And it's going to happen anyway because you're going to be off around the world chuffing around. Like, I can wait for you. But who knows if I'll be the same at the end, you know? Who knows what will happen? And who knows if you'll be the... Well, the one thing we do know is that you won't be the same. Because you're going on this big adventure journey. You don't want me there, necessarily. You didn't say, let's go travelling together. Let's plan it together. Where would you like to go? I'd like to go as well. I'd love to do that sort of thing with someone that I'd already established a relationship and a trust bond with. And I was a bit more sure that we weren't just going to argue our way across the continent. You know, yeah. But not on date 3. So I'm going to break up. That's what I'm going to do.
I'd have to say I'd call it off. I'm sorry. Just, I don't know. I feel like I've never been one for long distance. I don't feel like...
You tell you what you could do is you could come back. You can come back. That's fine. That's fine. But see if I'd like to pick up again. You know, we haven't even started. I'll tell you a little story. A Scotty Hottie Big Face story. I was really in love with somebody once and they went away. They decided to leave. And that's okay in the situation. They weren't necessarily going to stay here forever. Okay, they were not a British national, I'll say. But they decided to leave. And they also said, look, we're not going to maintain a long-distance relationship. Don't even think about it. Break up. Like I just said, break up. We're going to break up. I said, no, I don't want to do that. You know, it doesn't have to be forever. You can go away 6 months, 9 months, come back. I'll still be here. I'm just working hard at my thing. So I'm not, you know, whatever. I'll still be here. Stay together. Just like, you know, maintain a bond of trust that I'm not going to be with anyone else. You please don't. You know, they were like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to date other people, whatever. We're finished. Okay, I was like heartbroken. Okay, the end of you, fine. And then like a year later, they just turned up back in my life. Like, oh, hi. I just thought I'd come back. Do you want to go out? I was like, yeah, I'll come out and meet you. Cup of coffee. Met them for a cup of coffee. And I said, please, don't stay here. I'm working really hard, like I said I was going to. Things are going well for me. But I'm not going to see you and date you and whatever. You let me down and walked out. Like, I am not entertaining any sort of friendship with you. I'm not happy. Please leave. Please don't stay in this town where I live and come back and, you know, be under my nose, under my feet. Please do it somewhere else. Please leave. And they didn't leave initially. They stayed under my feet and, you know, whatever. I just ignored them. Just didn't even think about them. Just ignored them. And I guess irony of ironies, if they were to walk back in now as a more grown-up person now, I'd probably say, okay, if you want to like start from now, we can start from now. But there'd always be a part of me that would think they were prepared just to leave. And that's quite big for me, is if they were prepared just to say, no, scratch it. Whatever value in you, whatever value in us, it's just not enough for me to even consider trying long distance. Just scratch it. So, and to see someone else whilst I'm not there, and then to come back and say, oh, that wasn't working out. Now, how about you? And I'm like, no, thanks. I'm not. It's not about second hand or this and that, but it's about respecting myself. You know, you had your chance, and I guess it could still be good. But how do I know they're not just going to walk off next time something else seems good, or they want to call it off? And then if that doesn't work, they're back to me, and I'm safe bet, easy, safe. If I'm that safe bet, that easy, you know, fallback option, they're never really going to want to be with me, are they? They're really going to want to be looking for something better than the fallback option. I need to be the thing they value. I need to have that, you know, talking about value here, aren't we? So they weren't valuing me in a way that I thought was important. So I'm not prepared to put my time and energy into it. So I guess if they were to walk back into my life now, as much as I do love them and wish in many ways that it had worked, they did mess that up for me. And I understand now on this other side of it. Oh, I'm saying I'd break up. Well, they said that to me. They'd break up. They didn't think the long distance would work. Fine. You know, that's true. But they weren't even prepared to try, and they didn't even seem... I don't know. I'm saying it now. Maybe I should forgive them for that. You know, we'll both be different people now. Time has moved on. So maybe I could forgive them for that. But it still irks me. You know, it's still something I don't feel naturally happy about. I was happier, even though I'm not going to have the happy life with them that we could have together. I was quite happy standing my ground and respecting myself. I think that was quite good. Because when they left, I didn't have the status that I did when they returned. So it's all well and good them coming back and saying, "Oh look, you did quite well with yourself." I'll be part of that. Like when I was not doing so well with myself, you weren't interested. That's the thing. You weren't even interested to stay in touch. You know, when things, you need to do better with yourself. I'll come back and see if you're better, and when you are better, then you're good enough for me. Oh, maybe it's not about how my business is going, is it? Maybe that's not whether I'm good enough for you. It's not about that. Anyway, that's how it happened. That's how it is. So they're the answers. You have to make decisions in life, and you can feel confused and conflicted. But let me tell you this from Scotty Hotty's dating club, is that you have to make decisions and follow through. And if you're going to spend your life poring over the past decisions and did I or didn't I or should I or shouldn't have, then you're missing the opportunities that are coming up in the future. Because, like, every date doesn't have to end in a marriage. Yeah. Yeah.
It's fair on either person, and we could always pick up where we left off. I'd have no problem with that.
Yeah, no, exactly. I completely agree with that. Long distance is, no, not for me.
You've got...
So you wanted to get this travelling thing on the table, yeah?
Long distance is not for me, because you've got loads of boys to shag all around the world, haven't you? Definitely don't say that, obviously. So.
Yeah, I thought it was for the best.
I don't know, it seems a bit like self-sabotage.
Well, dating me is complicated enough as it is. That is, if you want to keep dating me.
Yeah.
I'd rather avoid any more curveballs in future.
I'm going to interrupt her now, which feels wrong as well. Like she's about to say something. I'd rather hear what she had to say before I'd commit to my answer. But no, yeah, absolutely. I'd like to keep seeing you, Saffron. You're a very pleasant person. You're open-minded and optimistic. I'd like to help you with your panic situation so that I could feel that we're on a firm ground and that you're making decisions that are right for you based on, firm ground and not feeling... if you're especially anxious, you might feel that you need security, and relationships can offer security, but just it's not a comfort blanket. So I'd like you to feel secure in yourself first, that we're making these decisions eyes open, and then with that thing in mind about the future. I get it. You want to go traveling, all this, yeah, but I also get it that maybe you don't, because you were like making some conversation about seeing me and staying. Maybe that's optional. I don't know, but if you do, then it will end it. We've agreed, so at least we're eyes open. And if you don't, then I'm here, and we can see where it goes. So that's okay too, I suppose. So I think this has been the most healthy ending out of all of the options, I guess. Knowing how she is and how I am. Yeah, I'd like to keep seeing you. And that doesn't mean to say that you can't go travelling, and it doesn't mean to say that it is going to be forever, does it? It's just, this is going okay. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I'd like to keep seeing you.
Yeah?
Yeah, you're honestly one of the most unique people I've ever met, Saffron.
You cheesy cheesemonger. You cheesemonger. And it's not even a proper compliment, unique. Everyone's unique. Susan Boyle's unique. She's because of her beautiful singing voice. But, you're the most unique people I've... She's not really, is she? What's unique about her? Tarot cards. They're not unique. Bit of pink in her hair. That's not unique. You know, you put together a bit of personality based on these little strands and threads, and none of them are really unique either. These tapestries that we weave about identities, collages of things we've seen elsewhere into society. So, of course, we're all unique. You know, we're all unique, but, you know, we're not really, are we? You know, I'm wearing a hat. Like, it's not unique. It's not the only hat. What a lovely compliment. But yeah, you know, there are some nice things I could say to Saffron that I think maybe I covered earlier. And, you know, it has been enjoyable, hasn't it? So, very nice manner. You've got a very nice manner.
So lovely.
Yeah, and you I don't know, you've made me open up in a way that I feel like I've never done. So, and I hope you feel the same.
I think some of the spiritual things are also intimate, and I think that feels nice, even though I don't believe in the spirituality backing it up. I think there's a bit of an adventure we could go on in that. But also, I worry that when I, you know, nuts and bolts, dirt on the road, tell her the truth, she's not going to like it when I say the tarot cards were printed in a factory in China.
Hey.
What's this?
Have you got some of that sleepy incense burning?
Don't burn incense at night, you'll burn the
Just
house
the
down.
lavender on my pillow for bedtime.
Nice. I should have known you had more of those little home remedy things.
Ooh, you ain't seen nothing yet.
So you're one of those people that needs like loads of sleep that you have.
Why is Vinny such a chuffer? Why is he such a dimwit chuffer? Everybody needs sleep, Vinny.
You have to have those little things to make you go to bed.
I love my sleep. Like, seriously. Can't get enough, especially with this lavender. When it goes, I'm like, see you in 12 hours.
12 hours? That's a long sleep.
No. 8 to 12 hours sleep.
Okay, this is a quick question. What are you like when you don't get your 8 hours? I bet you're moody.
She's moody, I would say.
You're moody.
Yeah.
Is that like blossoming young love? Is that... I think did we win? This is not just a video game. This is also a piece of film media made by film media people. So they're going to give you the proper credits in the correct order. None of this video game crap where it, you know, moves past and it's, you know, no one. Correct all the executive producers first. Then we'll have the directors of director of photography. Then we'll have the like who's next? Like an editor. Have we got any gaffers? I suppose we don't have anything like that because it was made during the COVID, so just turn the volume of this down. You don't, because it's the COVID, they didn't do any like lighting and set design and all that, did they? Just in your houses. The cast, we'll have the cast. The casting director is got some sort of degree in casting. This is just the cast now. Tahian Mandip Gill. Not telling us who they are. Just have to guess. Demi Ladipo. Marissa Abella. Because bear in mind that I am now in love with what's her name? Saffron. So which one is Saffron? Is she the last one? She's number 5. So Georgia Hurst, is that who she is? Now that's the name that I want to stalk on the internet. Georgia Hurst, isn't it? And we better hope for Saffron's sake that Georgia Hurst is just like Saffron in reality. Saffron. Oh, Saffron's Georgia Small. Georgia Small. Georgia Small, I better hope she is just like Saffron because I'm going to expect her to behave exactly as so. And I'm going to expect her to remember the little date we've been on. And I'm going to be giving her a call. Obviously not. So yeah, we've got proper credits. It's cool. It's cool. I'm a film person too. I like my credits. No, I don't. I don't mind if I'm not. I do mind if I'm not on the credits. Get this. If I've worked on something, I really get peed off if I'm not on the credits. And it's happened. I get peed off if I'm not on the credits. But on the other side of the coin, if someone gives me a credit, but like it's just like a name at the end like that, and it's not real, you know, deep down heartfelt credit that they value me and, you know, value me is enough to include me in future, you know, vital member, team member, important. They don't credit me in that way, then like chuff putting my name on the back. It's not important. What's important is being valued, isn't it? And looking into the product at the end and saying, look, he's got his name woven through that. He's got his heart woven through that. Credit that. Yeah, this has been really interesting. I don't know what the end result is there as well. I don't know if the end result is we won. I mean, I'm assuming that she's into us, we're into her, we've won. But there is no winning, is there? You just date different people and you feel differently. So I guess it's been good. It's nearly midnight where I live, and what I really want to do now is go on the other dates. Oh, what? Look, successful dates, 1 of 5. Dates failed, 2. Choices made, 169. Scenes viewed, 129 out of 170. How have I made more choices than scenes viewed? So some of my choices didn't matter. So fewer scenes than I made choices. Dates failed, 2. Was that 2 dates where it was like, they don't like me, I don't like them, it's a fail? Or they don't like me, it's a fail? Successful dates, 1 of 5. Does that mean one person I think that means one person has been successfully dated, you know, all the way up to success. And that one person was Saffron. So it does imply that you can fail and succeed in dates, which is the truth is, if you go on a date and you don't like the person, they don't like you, that is a success, because you found out that you don't like each other and you don't have to date each other anymore. That's what dating is. So, but it's implying that if you win, like if they like you, that you could say the right things. I don't know about that as a concept. We're going to dig into that a little bit more in a bit of a review maybe. But it makes me want to date more people on the app and see what the other successes could be. But at the same time, it's now midnight where I live, and it's been a chuffer of a long stream. So I don't know if it's a good idea that I start another full set of dates. We've still got Paige, Shania. I mean, I want to see the woman with the baby. Oh, look, the answer's been made for me, because that's my battery ran out, and it's paused me. Can I do that on a big face? Yeah, it's paused me on a really attractive frame. So I have got another battery. So we will whack on the other battery because it will come on. It will show my face, but I'm only going to show my face to. Oh, I'm out of focus. Yeah, stay focused, love. Focus on that hand there. Focus on that. Focus on the hand because the face is going to be slightly out of focus when you lean back. Yeah, I do want to. I want to see these other dates, but I do want to give it the full, care and attention, so I can yap all the way through it. I don't know about the idea of trying to successfully. I don't know about the idea of trying to win the dates. I don't think I'm going to be doing that. I couldn't sit through them over and over again. It would do my head in. Like Maya, we might never find out the story of Maya, because I'm not going to pretend to like all the stuff she likes just to get a win on that date. But I'd like to see what Shania, the other lady, had to say for herself, because she had a baby in her profile picture and it looked weird. So that's something else to do. I've got so much to edit to keep up with as well. I haven't kept up with the editing this week, but got so much to edit. It's interesting. I'd like to rip it apart as well and do a little review where I sort of say the things I've sort of said in this episode, which are that I think there's some patriarchal sexism going on. I think that just the concept, Vinny trying to win his way into bed with these ladies, them just all being slightly different ladies, and it not offering any sort of. I mean, it mentioned sexual experimentation, but it didn't offer any, and that might be different when I'm talking to these other ladies, so we'll have to find out. But it does seem a little bit to be a wingman simulator, and that does seem to be a little bit sort of childish, patriarchal. You know, would I give this game to my younger sister to play? Or what's she going to think about? Maybe she'd learn something about the way boys think. Maybe there's something to, you know, be drawn out of that. But I would like to see, I know it's a small project, I know there's limits and all that, but I would kind of like to see like another, like, couple of options just being a bit more diverse, like maybe a boy as one of the options. You don't have to date them, but as an option. And I think that, I don't know how it would be too much of a job to have a different protagonist to be like Vinny or Vanessa. You know, it'd be too much, because then you'd have to have 6 different dates for Vanessa, and Vanessa would have to, it would be like twice the project, wouldn't it? So I get, you know, 5 dates 2, maybe, you know, different characters, different stories, whatever. But for this, it's just so, you know, it's through the perception of a heterosexual male who's got a heterosexual wingman. I am a wingman, god-like choice maker. My winning is achieving these girls wanting me in future dates and things, even if it means saying things that I don't believe so that Vinny says them, so that he's right for them, so that he's won his way into their affections. That's an unhealthy way to look at dating. So I've said it again. Maybe I'll get it out of this edit. Because really, I'd like to sit down and write that, like, with my thoughts. But in the summer, I can sit in a field with the dog and write. But in the winter, it's freezing cold, and I don't really find the time to do the writing as much. But, you know, I'd like to maybe make that point in a little video. Maybe I just have. And we will do the next dates anon. You know, it is now literally midnight where I live, and I have been on for 4 hours. So that is like one of our longest ever streams. So thank you very much. I'm not the sort of streamer that's on the stream for 24/7. That's not my plan. We intend to do interesting, shorter burst media product things that I edit for our YouTube. Our YouTube is Ganji Kid on YouTube, and you can see that. You don't have to do it yourself. I'll do it for you. Look, there you go. That's what it looks like. It's got playlists. It's got the uploads, and at the bottom there you can see the Ganji Puka Warrior Media, which means Ganji Cuts, things we've edited, go into Ganji Cuts. If it's, you know, sophisticated art chat like we were doing earlier, then that can get edited for art chat. Mental Health Monday, every Monday, 8 PM GMT, and Ganji Clips is like clips because people like that sort of stuff. So that's our presence on YouTube. Subscribe, watch to your heart's content. I've been Ganji Kid, you've been good. And if you can't be good, what am I going to say about that? If you can't be good, then I'm going to go travelling and just leave you to it.